Folks, just, it's not on, but folks, just an announcement that please be sure to take signs to the protest around the DNC and Union Park. We have lots of signs and we need folks to distribute them, the abandoned Harris signs. So just be sure to grab a few if you're heading to Union Park, inshallah. So whenever we start, yeah. You know the order, right? Hello? Yeah.
Do you want to speak? Sure, you're speaking into the mic.
Yeah. Let me speak into the mic. That's it. No, swing state. Huh? No swing state.
No, swing states. After you, they all know how to order.
Oh, okay.
Once the swing states are done,
Then call. Okay.
Here's the mic for Instagram Live. Here's the mic for Instagram Live. Make sure you pass it on to whoever comes after.
There's a mic for the Instagram Live that I will pass on to the speakers who follow me. So just, I'll probably forget. So folks, if you pass it on to the next speaker. So should we? Well, all right. So at one, I don't know if you need an introduction, but Hassan Abdeslam, the founder of Abandon Biden, last name Abdelsalam. So Hassan Abdeslam, the founder of Abandon Biden. A little bit of background, a bit of professor of human rights, strategy and movement making, and during the occupation, during research on the occupation 2022, I was detained. And I will begin at 1, 3, 2, 1. Ceasefire now.
Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now.
A lone voice in Minnesota, in the cold. Unrelenting, undeniable to the ear, repeated again and again, from pavement, Minneapolis, to Michigan, to Georgia and Arizona. Defiant after voting in droves for Mr. Biden, the genocide. It became clear to community members across this nation and people of conscience, Muslim and non-Muslim, Jewish Americans, African Americans, Latinos, Gen Z, that there was no other course but to vow never to vote for a genocider, the autocrat in the White House. We set out a ceasefire deadline day of October 31st, demanding that the president issue in clear terms a permanent ceasefire, and he never did. Then came November 1st. We stood with Abandon Biden signs, Abandon Biden 24. We promised that we would never relent, that our destiny was November 5th, that we would ensure his defeat because punishment was the only course. To punish is to teach. People said that a ceasefire was coming in a week, in a month, at the end of January. No ceasefire. Still no ceasefire. We launched Abandon Biden in the swing states in November. And then we took our strategy, claiming that we had the numbers in the swing states. Like a rumble of abandoning from Michigan to Minnesota to Arizona, we showed that we had the numbers to swing this election in November. Yet the White House sent their surrogates telling us to stop our conference where we vowed never to vote for Biden again. And they responded again and again with silence when we launched Abandon Biden, when we vowed that we would never vote for him in December. when we came out in droves, gently walking behind the curtains of our ballot box, and we spoke the truth. And then the erected tents in the camps, courageous, with young people, suffering, arrested. We said, never will we tolerate genocide. The debate came. We called for the president to drop out, and he did. Harris emerged, endorsed by multiple Democrats. Our demand was an unconditional, permanent ceasefire and a full arms embargo. Again, now traditional. Following in the footsteps of Biden, his vice president did the same. The media took our message, our call to meet with the vice president, and they said, never will we meet. We will not talk. Deflecting. Once again, the doublespeak. When protesters appeared before the vice president, she dismissed them. She criticized them. She stared at them as though they were the ones immoral, when all they demanded was the end to this genocide.
Shame on Harris.
We have come to the conclusion, after weeks, issuing a policy ultimatum directed at her, giving her every opportunity. Today we launch Abandon Harris. Abandon Harris. In the protests on the streets of Chicago, reminiscent of 1968, we now declare that the only option for people of conscience is to abandon Harris, to punish her and the party, so that they know that they can never put genocide on the ballot. It's intolerable to promise health care, the forgiveness of student debt, the end of racism and police brutality, the fight against climate change, and yet we shed blood across the planet? Doublespeak unparalleled. Autocracy that sits atop a superpower. The pharaohs in the White House. We must depose. With good people of conscience, Sister Jill, Brother Cornell, Sister Claudia. We stand by them in this journey, because at this time of grave immorality, we must be united for the people who suffer oppressed, reviving the words of our forefathers and foremothers, Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, and John Lewis. We should not only remember the Martin Luther King on that bridge, or who wrote from a Birmingham jail, but the Martin Luther King who spoke out against the Vietnam War and broad international American intervention that causes oppression. We use the Palestinian oppression, the genocide, as a beginning, because civil rights don't only belong to Americans, but belong to all people. From the glimmering lights of the cities of this nation, they should bow before the world and bring peace and justice, our simple demand. And so we ask the American people to vote for these third parties that are part of a broader movement to end a system that claims that the only rational thing is to select the lesser of two evils. Make no mistake, you have choices. Do not be deceived by the doublespeak. I found myself in prison after I called for the liberation of Palestine in Arabic with my research assistants. We spoke with 20, 40 youth who came together, and on the enclave of Al-Aqsa, my primary site of research, we would strategize to replicate Tahrir Square in Jerusalem. And I was met with torture and detention and hunger and silence from the American government. Analogical to what we see here today, that millions are tortured and oppressed and detained, and our government is silent. But we know that a vote is a voice, that we have the opportunity to speak the truth in the best tradition of American history, that we have leaders leading the political parties behind me here who will speak, who stand for justice and truth, and who have taken great risks, arrested, attacked, who speak truth on the television screens, and constantly remind people of the propaganda of two parties who are in a bargain, who speak one way to the American people and who violate the very programs and human rights that we enjoy abroad. We call on all people to know one story, the story that truth will prevail, the story that even the small, the shepherd, David before Goliath. We stand here to say that we are in a moment that we can never return from. This is history, 21st century American history, a course that will be taught maybe for centuries, right here before your eyes, unrolling on the cameras. We speak to the future. We speak to our people. Every step you take on the streets of Chicago and across this country in this election cycle is a privilege, not just an opportunity, to say that you are on the side of truth and justice. When I was going through the mock courts in Jerusalem, I met one of the youth who was embedded with us, who was strategizing with us, who wanted to come out and support us. And he was being tortured, uncertain in his early 20s. And he looked at me and he said, "What would you do if you go back to America?" And I didn't think I would come back home. I thought I'd be in prison forever, as they claimed, the interrogators. The interrogators who persisted in their questions. Why are you here? What does it mean that you'll end the occupation? Who are these youth? Behind these walls is Imran, and behind these walls is Sheikh Sami. Humiliated. I was once told that one interrogator cleans himself with bleach every night because he talks to scum like me. Humiliated. The terror of imprisonment. I knew what he experienced because of what I experienced when I met that young man, Brother Faris, who was with us in Al-Aqsa. And he asked me this question so critical that I keep repeating in my mind. What would you do if you go back to America? I said reflexively, I would speak out. And the most extraordinary thing appeared on his face. A brilliant smile. That even in the midst of his torture, what brought him pleasure is that you here today would hear his story. That you would know about his suffering. That thousands of miles away, there are people who have the power and the capacity to vote, to speak out on behalf of the inaudible, on behalf of those in Jerusalem and those who suffer autocracy across this planet. That we are connected, a family. And that even if we don't bring an end to the bombardments and the rain of munitions, and even if the rhetoric continues that those who bomb are light and righteous and those who are bombed are the terrorists, even if it persists, the doublespeak, you, my fellow American, you are a voice and a light. You have to speak out because all they want, their eternal smile that appears on their face, merely comes from the knowledge that you walk the streets on their behalf and that you speak out and that you walk gently to the ballot box and you vote for the politicians that stand behind me. Abandon Harris is our course, our determination. We have no choice but to do the right thing, to speak out, to speak the truth, and to shine the light of truth on the wrongs, to echo Ida Wells. It's a continuation of the fight against lynching and racism and police brutality. that we end these bombardments and we open a new door, a light from this nation to the rest of the world. That we utter the words, hand in hand, courageous, encampments, in protests, in our votes, together from all backgrounds, single-minded in our pursuit, defiant despite all those who tell us that we're on the wrong course. Remember the past, where those who told Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, and John Lewis they were on the wrong. And they are the valorized. And they are the ones who are sung by our children and our grandchildren. Be sung by your grandchildren and your children forever. And speak the truth. A single word, a vote, a voice, immortal, forever written, for all to hear, undeniable. Cease fire now. Cease fire now.
Cease fire now.
Cease
Cease
fire
fire now. Cease fire now. Cease fire now. Cease fire now. Cease fire now.
My name is Hazem Nasruddin, Hazim, last name Nasreddden. I am from the great state of Arizona, a swing state where Biden in 2020 won by 10,457 votes. And in Arizona, we have nearly 50,000 Muslim voters. And there are people of conscience in all of Arizona, not just Muslims, who will choose to be on the right side of history. I was at the first Abandon Biden convention or conference in Dearborn, Michigan on December 2nd, in which I said that the blue wave of 2020 was tainted with the blood and the stain of every child, mother, father that was killed by the Israeli apartheid regime. 15,000 people in December. We are now over 25,000 more mothers, fathers, children, babies that have been killed. And that blood is now not only on Biden's hands, it is on Kamala's hands. She is part of the administration and has chosen not to speak out. So I have two messages today. First, to Kamala Harris, that we in Arizona will abandon you. That we will not vote for you, that we will campaign against you. And to the Muslim community and to all people of conscience across this country and in Arizona, that now is the time to not vote for the lesser of two evils. We learned yesterday from Claudia de la Cruz, who is one of the candidates behind us, that our vote is not only our voice, it is our consent. It is our consent to genocide, our consent to apartheid, our consent to the destruction of Gaza and to the people of Palestine. So we have to choose not to consent. It is time to abandon Harris, abandon the two-party system, and to vote our conscience. Thank you.
Cease fire now.
Cease fire now. Cease fire now. Cease fire now. Cease fire now.
Good morning and salam. Peace and blessings be upon you. My name is Farah Khan, and I am from the battleground state of Michigan. So the Muslim American voters in 2020 in Michigan was around 206,000, and that must have grown in numbers exponentially because my kids can vote now. So Biden won the 2020 election by 153,188 votes, to be exact. So today we stand here in our resolve to abandon Kamala Harris. whose poor response and lack of decisive action in the face of the Gaza genocide has left us disheartened and betrayed. Our voices cannot be silenced, and our hearts ache for the innocent lives lost while leaders like Harris remain complicit by aiding and funding the war criminal, the corrupt state of Israel. We deserve leadership that stands firm against injustice, that speaks up for the voiceless, and acts with the compassion and courage. Until we see that, we will continue to turn away from those who have failed us in this critical moment. History will judge us, not by the words we speak today, but by the actions we take in this moment of crisis. So, as we are here announcing Abandon Harris, will continue to work actively against this genocidal regime, this genocidal machinery, and we will keep abandoning them. And we will work actively and vote for the leaders that we believe in, that stand with us, that are moral, they have their morality in place, not like the corrupt people that we have in the White House right now. So I will end with this. Kamala Harris, you can't hide. We won't vote for genocide. Free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine.
Good morning. My name is Puyan Ordubadi. I am the co-chair of Abandon Biden in North Carolina. I'm an immigration attorney and a criminal defense attorney. Close to 100,000 Arab and Muslims were registered to vote in 2020. And additionally, we have tens of thousands of allies and people of conscience who will stand by us. Trump won North Carolina by 74,000 votes in 2020. North Carolina remains a critical and battleground state. In March of this year, 83,000 voted no preference to protest the Biden-Harris genocide. Nothing has changed since then. The daily slaughter continues. The horrific suffering continues. The pure bigotry and dehumanization from the Biden-Harris State Department continues. They exalt war criminals and disparage our students for standing up against genocide. Harris has embraced this genocide. There is no change in policy. There's no proposed change in policy. She has yet to criticize Israel. She's had harsher words for people protesting Netanyahu, who came to our Congress and spewed lie after lie to thunderous applause by both the Democrats and Republicans. She says too many people have been killed. By whom? Any criticism of the murderers? Any criticism of the occupation starving people to death? Any criticism of the apartheid that she has supported for decades and decades? As a former prosecutor, does she have any criticism of Israel's countless documented war crimes? She says it's time for a ceasefire, but she's never said what she's going to do to obtain that ceasefire. As such, it's the same policy as Biden, to just let Netanyahu do whatever he wants for as long as he wants. Harris thinks that we're fools. She's playing on the trauma of communities who are looking for a glimmer of hope. She doesn't even offer us crumbs. She offers us the possibility of crumbs. She offers us the illusion of crumbs. A slightly better tone and the same policies are not enough. We demand a ceasefire, an arms embargo, and an end to the occupation. The Biden and Harris administration have failed to achieve the bare minimum of a ceasefire, and so we'll continue to work against them in North Carolina to ensure that people who support genocide cannot win at the ballot.
Ceasefire now.
Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Rizwan Samad, and I came here from Washington State. I'm a lifetime Democrat who is abandoning Harris due to her unconditional support
of Israeli Zionist regime who are committing genocide. The whole world is screaming, but makes no difference in Biden administration and his VP Kamala, who's the nominee for the Democratic Party as a presidential candidate. Just remember, we can watch the misery and suffering and dying of little babies underneath the rubble in our smartphone. They've been hiding from us for many years, but the day has been changed. The social media changed this world. The Bharat media used to hide all the information from us. But thanks to social media, we can watch it in our handheld cell phone. There is not only 40,000 women and children died. There are another 145,000 buried under the rubble. They didn't even get a chance for the prayer. The world has to wake up, and America has to wake up. Listen, we cannot be part of genocide, of killing women and children and babies. Have some mercy, have some soul. You know, how can you sleep at night thinking about it, that your tax dollar are responsible of killing innocent children just because AIPAC controlled this country? We have good candidates, moral candidates. You know, wake up, America. Wake up. For God's sake, wake up. The whole world is screaming, and we are listening to this Zionist evil regime. And I hope and pray that this woman, if she doesn't decide it to stop the genocide, she lose. And people say to me, Riz, then you are voting for Donald Trump. He will be the next president and he hates Muslims. I say genocide is happening right now. I don't care about the hypothetical genocide. I lived and survived under 4 years of Biden administration. I will survive. I will sacrifice. But to stop killing the women and children. Not only Gaza, and also other countries around the world. Thank you. And I apologize for being emotional, but that's the truth comes out from my heart as a father and a grandfather. I can't watch anymore, no longer. The suffering has to be stopped. Ceasefire now!
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
Thank you, Brother Rizwan. My name is Nicholas Klein, and I'm the co-chair of Abandon Biden in Nevada, a swing state with roughly 7,000 Muslims and many more allies, and where Democrats won in 2020 by a little over 2% of the vote. Muslims, Arabs, people of conscience from all political parties and all walks of life in Nevada are becoming more engaged than ever. They're recognizing their power, know their right to demand that their representatives actually represent them. Our groups have the infrastructure needed to communicate with each other about political issues and candidate selection. We have infrastructure needed to educate each other on world events and local matters. Our communities already have the infrastructure needed to activate voters in the upcoming election. We are building momentum with local and national groups that may vary in strategy, but we are united in purpose. Kamala Harris used to say she was for the people. She was against and criticized Biden for segregation by race as a harm And she stated a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. Now we know who us is, and we know who her people are not. Her actions speak louder than her words, but her silence is deafening to us. The issue of Palestine and of the Palestinian people is a litmus test. It demonstrates the health of our democracy, the values of the American people, and the struggles of the common man. But it also demonstrates so much more if you listen closely. Kamala Harris has sent representatives into our communities to listen to us, but she is not hearing us. On the contrary, she tells us to shut up because she is speaking. We have red lines, we have boundaries, and we have power, and we will not forget the harms her administration has done to us, because those harms her administration has done to all of us. In our thousands, in our millions, we are all Palestinian. We will abandon Harris. Thank you.
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
My name is Abdullah. I am from Florida. I'm the co-chair of Abandon Harris from Florida. Florida, a state that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and the Democratic Party decided to cancel their primaries in. What is the Democratic Party, Biden and Harris, so afraid of? Are they afraid that the voters' voices and by this nonsense identity politics. We know not all skin folk are kinfolk. And we know just because you put black and brown faces in high places, that doesn't mean they're going to fight genocide the way you have it today. And let me bring it back to say that one of the greatest hoaxes perpetrated in American history is the oligarchy convincing you that the two-party system gives you a choice. Nothing could be further from the truth. They want to talk about right wing and left wing. These are both wings of the same vulture of oppression that has been feeding upon the American people. We need to break the back of the two-party system, and we need to break the back of this oligarchy. But unfortunately, oftentimes, as what has happened throughout history, Americans are concerned about breaking the back of the two-party system. And they may not be willing to do what it takes. But once again, it is going to be the oppressed minorities who do what the complacent majority refuse to do. And finally, my message to Kamala Harris. I know, Kamala Harris, you don't really like listening to pro-peace activists, pro-Palestine activists, and hearing our voices heard. But let me just give you a little bit of a message. If you ever want to see a Democrat in the White House ever again, unless you want to see a Democrat never elected in the White House ever again, keep supporting the genocide. Otherwise, we're speaking. Thank you.
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
Hello, everyone. Thank you to the Abandon Harris Lounge and the press that's currently here. My name is Claudia de la Cruz, and I'm the presidential candidate for the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I'll be speaking in representation of the party. I want to start by saying that the Democratic Party has not only been complicit, but it has been an investor, a collaborator in genocide, in the slaughter and displacement of thousands of Palestinians. Not only in the last 10 months, but in the last 76 years. And we need to sit and hold that truth as people in the belly of empire. And we must understand our historic responsibility to do something for the sake of humanity. We are here in total and utmost and proudly solidarity with the Palestinian people's right to liberation. Totally and completely. We understand that unless the occupation ends, genocide will continue to happen. We are here to march on the DNC to make it clear that whether the Democrats continue to occupy the White House post-elections, they have lost the people. And they will continue to lose the people for as long as they are committed to war and genocide. No, Kamala, we don't want Trump. We want to stop to genocide. We want to stop to terror. That the Biden and Harris administration has carried on because people seem to forget that Kamala Harris is the second in command. She's not coming in with a clean slate. She has a political record. And it seems like the Democrats would rather have Trump coming back to the White House than stop a genocide. They would want a Trump presidency and having an administration that brings in white supremacy, bigotry, and hatred, rather than stopping the slaughtering of babies, mothers, and families. That should tell us all we need to know about the Democratic Party. It is important for us to understand that the Democrats have waged war to people at home and abroad. And in fact, the genocide happening in Gaza is very much connected to the horrors that the working class and poor people in this country experience every day. The Biden-Harris administration are not only collaborating and investing in the slaughtering and starvation of the Palestinian people. They are not only pumping billions of dollars and weapons to genocide. It is the Harris-Biden administration that has brought us the cutting of a child tax credit that lifted children out of poverty and took us back to numbers prior to COVID. It has been under the Biden-Harris administration that corporations have squeezed the life out of working class and poor people in this country through price gouging, forcing people to have to make the choice between eating and paying for medicine. It is the Biden-Harris administration that has had the executive power and have utilized it against immigrants. It is under the watch of the Democrats that there's been an increase in police violence and terror in our communities. Over 1,000 people were killed, civilians, in the streets of the United States by murderers called cops. It is under the Biden-Harris administration that cop cities are emerging all across this country to brutalize civilians. They are not innocent. And it's not only Biden, it's not only Blinken, and it's not only Harris. It is the institution of the Democratic Party. They are warmongers, they support terror, and they pay for it. The genocide in Gaza is not a single issue, Ms. Harris. This genocide is the biggest wake-up call to the world. And it is your deaf tone to our voices that will cost the demise of your party. The U.S. government administration know that their priority of waging war and killing civilians, either by genocide or by starvation, through poverty, displacement, or mass incarceration, be it in Palestine, or in the south side of Chicago, or in the South Bronx, or in Oak Ridge in Iowa. They must know that is their complicity, their investment, their stubbornness and commitment to death and destruction that has led people to abandon them, because they abandoned the people first. It is important for us to sound the alarm as we march, to make it clear, crystal clear, that we're not going home after November 5th. That in fact, our movement will grow and will continue to be strengthened, because the sea of consciousness in this country has shifted, and the propaganda of the colonial state of Israel and the ruling class in the United States is not stronger than our will to free Palestine.
Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
So powerful. I'm here because I have an unstoppable love for my precious Palestinian brothers and sisters. And when you love people, you hate the fact that they're being treated unjustly and unfairly. So when it comes to genocide, when it comes to ethnic cleansing, when it comes to apartheid, that's true anywhere in the world, any color, any gender, any sexual orientation, any nation. But we're talking about our precious Palestinian brothers and sisters and siblings in Gaza and the West Bank. I come from a black people who've been hated and terrorized and traumatized for 400 years, and yet taught the world so much about love and freedom and wounded healing. And so my starting point is to applaud each and every one of my brothers and sisters and siblings for standing here. Because we're in it not tied to an election or some Machiavellian politics or some utilitarian calculus. But we're here because we love oppressed people, and in this case, it's Palestinians. Yes. It could be any oppressed people. It could be Jews in Germany. Yes. It could be landless workers in Brazil. Yes. It could be brothers and sisters in Haiti. But we live in an American empire that has such unbelievable spiritual decay and moral deterioration, they think they can reproduce themselves with a level of hypocrisy and mendacity and criminality and get away with it. And we're simply here to say, chickens come home to roost. That's right. You're going to reap what you sow. Sooner or later, your lies and your crimes will be revealed and disclosed. Because truth crushed the earth will rise again, and truth is bigger than all of us, but it has something to do with the suffering of those who find themselves in plights and predicaments that the great Frantz Fanon called the wretched of the earth, and we are in solidarity with them. Yes. Yes. So when we talk about this two-party system, it's just part of a predatory capitalist network obsessed with short-term gain, driven by an organized greed that will weaponize hatred, that will somehow think that the masses, the poor and working peoples here and around the world will not raise their voices, and we say, we will. Get off the crack pipe. We'll raise our voices as long as we have vocal cords, because that's what it means to be a decent human being. Some sense of integrity and honesty and decency and courage. And when we look at our politicians, we see accommodation to empire, accommodation to organized greed. They're cowardly, conformist, complacent. We shatter that cowardliness. We shatter that complacency. We shatter that accommodation. Not in the spirit of self-righteousness, but simply saying we want to bear a witness, and we speak not just to ourselves, not just to those who march today, not just those in the Western Hemisphere. We speak to people all around the world, the global South, to connect with the best of those who came before, and to make sure our children and children's children all around the world can see examples and have some sense of a better future. And last but not least, we do it with a smile, because we speak directly to our precious Palestinians right now and say to them, we will never abandon you. We stand with you, and we see your grace, we see your dignity with your victory signs, even given the IDF terror coming at you. That kind of human spirit can never be crushed. And I know on intimate terms, because my great-grandfather was a slave in this empire. And part of his legacy, and part of his wife's, my great-great-grandmama's legacy, is at work in me. And that's where I get some of the source of my love to love others, and integrity to talk about integrity, and be in solidarity with people around the world. So when we march today in Chicago, we're going to march with style, with a smile, and remembering our Palestinian brothers and sisters, male, female, but especially the precious and priceless children.
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
Ceasefire now. I am so grateful to everyone here, to the wise words that we've heard from everyone. So grateful to all those who've come out in support. So grateful to the press who's come out to cover this event. I'm especially grateful to Abandon Biden, now Abandon Harris, for your incredible courage, for your vision, for your unstoppable determination here to stand up and lead the way forward. Not only to stop genocide, but also to hold our highest officers of the land, to hold the White House and its occupants accountable for genocide. Because without that, there is no democracy. So abandon Biden, abandon Harris. Thank you so much for what you're doing, not just for the Arab American community, not just for the Palestinian community, but for all Americans. You are helping us assert our democracy again, our democracy that is on life support. I want to focus my remarks on the myth, which is really a propaganda, that you're throwing your vote away by voting against genocide, mainly because you're voting for an underdog. So there is this propaganda, this extortion of your vote, that it would be a waste of your vote to vote against genocide. And I want to speak to that. First of all, genocide is the moral imperative of our time. 200,000 people who have been slaughtered on our phone screens, on our computer screens, 2 million being bombed, denied food, water, shelter, sanitation, medical care, hospitals, schools, universities destroyed, journalists murdered. Over 1,000 children have had leg amputations without anesthesia. That is a symbol of the brutality and the cruelty of this genocide. If you vote for genocide, you are consenting to it and you are enabling it. Don't let them talk you into it. Don't let them talk you out of your humanity. That, above all, is why we must hold our elected officials accountable and vote to end genocide. Otherwise, you are part of that genocide. Voting against genocide is a practical imperative because 500,000 lives are on the line right now, according to the United Nations, from starvation, who may die over the course of the next month. And now there is polio and cholera thrown into the mix. Every vote against genocide is a shot across the bow of the empire, announcing that its days are numbered and that the opposition is getting organized and we will not be stopped. That builds the pressure for a ceasefire right now and a weapons embargo right now and brings the day closer when we will achieve them. So do not think for a minute that your vote against genocide is just a theoretical vote or just a vote which is hypothetical. This vote has power, and it has power right now. As Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand. Your vote is that demand. Our vote is our only power in a democracy that is bought and paid for by billionaires. If we do not use that power to vote for what we want, then we are giving up that power. That, again, is why we must vote against genocide. Voting for the lesser evil disappears your opposition to genocide. In fact, there is no lesser evil. We have two greater evils, one conducting genocide now, the other saying to finish the job. There is no lesser evil. We say forget the lesser evil, fight for the greater good, like our lives depend on it, because our lives do depend on it. What goes down in Gaza goes down for all of us. In Gaza, we are looking at the end of human rights, the end of international law, the normalization of the torture and murder of children on an industrial scale. If you're okay with that, go ahead and vote for it. If you're not okay with it, we can stop it, because the majority of the American people has gone on record over and over again. We oppose this genocide. If democracy prevails, we will stop this genocide in this election, if not before this election. Because simply by building our movements, by running our campaigns, by reaching out to voters, by tabling, by phone banking, by door knocking, by flyering, by showing up. Remember, they want us to think that we are few and far between. We are not. The majority of the American people are struggling. 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Half of Americans are barely managing to pay their rent from month to month. 100 million Americans are locked into medical debt, 44 into student debt. This is who our agenda addresses, because the same forces that are conducting genocide in Gaza are robbing us blind here at home, consuming half of our congressional budget so that we cannot afford the health care, the housing, the education, dealing with the climate crisis, which we have all the resources in the world to deal with if they were not being exhausted by these endless wars and the endless war machine of which that genocide in Gaza is an expression. So they want us to think that we are small and powerless, that resistance is futile. That is a propaganda campaign, that is a psyop in order to disarm us. We do have majority power. Remember, 1 out of every 3 eligible voters chose not to vote in 2020. 1 out of every 3. And then add to that the numbers who oppose genocide, the numbers who are stuck in student debt. These are the numbers of people to whom our agenda speaks, because those of us who are calling for peace and an end to genocide are also calling for an end to the war on working people here at home. So this is a unifying agenda. This is a mobilizing agenda. This is about us having the courage of our convictions and moving forward. We're in a dark moment right now because the Kool-Aid is running very strong right now for the Harris campaign. This is Obama mania 2.0. Many of us have lived through this before a couple times. It will pass. It will pass. You know, Kamala Harris has not had a single challenging interview yet, nor a press conference. So you can be sure the honeymoon will not last, because the policies are what they are, because this person has a track record that has put Americans into this moment of despair, this moment of struggle, this moment of agony. That agony is in our foreign policy, and that agony is in our domestic policy. That agony is very much a product of the Republican and Democratic parties. Do not think for a moment that the Democratic Party is the answer to fascism. It would be more accurate to say it is the cause of fascism. Why is that? It's because the Democrats have pushed this policy, the so-called neoliberal agenda of privatization, of austerity, of major tax giveaways to the super wealthy, and of endless war. That has led to the disemployment, the loss of about 30 million jobs for working people in this country over the last several decades. That has created an enormous amount of misery. Add to that the Wall Street bailouts and the NAFTA shipping of our jobs overseas. So this is what drives the shift to the right. This is what drives right-wing extremism, when people have incredible economic misery and insecurity inflicted on them. And the answer to that is like what we just saw in France, where the parties of the left basically get together and oppose the right. That right-wing victory was predicted. And the tables were turned because the left got together and made a strong case for actually answering the material needs and the actual misery of working people in France. We can do the same here. The same principles apply. America is the odd man out. Together with Israel, we are driving this genocide, but the rest of the world opposes it. We are no longer the economic power in the world. We are not the dominant power. So we need to start behaving like we are a member of the global community, like we are one of the adults in the room, not simply a rebellious bully in the schoolyard trying to compel foreign policy all over the world. As we back off of this imperial foreign policy, we have the money that we need by cutting our military budget at least 50 to 75% and putting those dollars here at home where we need them. This is mainly to give you the courage of our convictions. We have the numbers, we have the agenda, we have the values of the majority of the American people, and we have the solutions not only to this genocide, Kamala Harris could pick up the phone right now. Joe Biden could pick up the phone right now, and the genocide would be over. But what are they doing? They're watching Israel smash school after school with 2,000-pound bombs. 3 of them dropped on the last school in Gaza City. 3 of these 2,000 bombs killing 100 people or more. They couldn't say exactly because the bodies were not identifiable. And what did the Harris-Biden administration do? They appropriated another $20 billion of weapons, which will continue to flow for the next many years. This is a criminal administration. We need to stand up and oppose them. What goes in Gaza doesn't stay in Gaza. For the sake of Gaza, for the sake of us all, we need to stand up for human rights, international law, humanity, and for our own souls. We need to stand up. That is why we must vote to abandon Biden, abandon Harris, and put real democracy back into the White House, supporting these progressive, people-powered political campaigns that actually are the solution to what we need going forward. I'll leave you with that. Thank you so very much. We have the power.
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
My name is Hudayfa Ahmed. I am the spokesperson and head of media of Abandon Biden. We are wrapping it up now. 11 months. We've seen a live stream genocide. 3 specific instances stand out to me. The first is of a mother in Gaza who, according to her, had spent 10 years trying to conceive until she finally had twin boys, and the interviewer asks her, "Where are your boys?" And she says, "Right here," and she holds up the body of 2 headless babies. I have seen an image of a man flattened by a tank. His insides spread out like unpopped water balloons, and according to eyewitnesses, he was alive when that Israeli tank ran over him. I've seen a child walking with a backpack, and he's stopped by a journalist saying, "Where are you going?" And he says, "I'm going to the hospital. I'm taking my brother to the hospital." And he says, "Where is your brother?" He goes, "Inside my backpack." This has been going on for 11 months. What's happening in Gaza isn't one issue amongst many issues for the 2024 election. It is the issue of the 2024 election. And whether you as an individual or as a politician, the seriousness that you actually give to this issue is what decides your seriousness as an individual or as a politician. It's what decides your electability. And so we're here saying and announcing that we are launching Abandon Harris. And we're very well aware of what this decision entails and what it will take and what will happen if we get our way. And we're saying that we are firm, we are full of conviction, we will be steadfast in this decision, and we will not waver. We did not waver when we were spoken down to and bullied back when Biden was leading the ticket, and we will not waver, and we will not be bullied now that Harris is leading the ticket. Thank you very much. We will make some time for some questions before we say goodbye to our esteemed guests.
I have a question. Norman Steiner with Robust Opposition. I'd like to ask each of the 3 candidates here a hypothetical question based on Jill's comment about what happened in France. If Abandon Harris decided to have a conference where all 3 candidates would come and make their case, and the people in the conference and the uncommitted people around the country could vote to choose one person that they thought was the strongest one against Kamala Harris, would each of the 3 of you be willing to drop out and endorse that person?
That's a tricky question.
And
it's a serious question. But I would say that this is not the space for it right now. And I would apologize for that, but I would say that right now we'd like to focus on the launch of Abandon Harris. And as time goes on, hopefully that question will answer itself.
Since Joe Biden dropped out of the race and Kamala Harris has become the nominee, has there been any attempted outreach or any sort of dialogue with the Harris campaign?
When Abandon Biden launched, we launched giving Joe Biden a 2-week ultimatum. You have until October 31st to call for and enforce a permanent ceasefire. That ultimatum, that deadline was not met. When he stepped down and endorsed Kamala Harris, in our press release we said that we invite Kamala Harris to meet with us. Various reporters and news agencies reached out to the Harris campaign and they said we didn't hear anything back. So we've extended our olive branch. We've said come speak to us, and we were ignored just like we were in the past. And this is a pattern that happens with a Democratic Party. And so we've decided the time for speaking is over. Now is the time of action.
As a follow-up to that, have there been any other Democratic leaders, not necessarily the top executive, but perhaps state legislators or any other elected representatives that have attempted to outreach or had some dialogue there?
The only person I can clearly say has been firm in their stance has been Rashida Tlaib. As she stood there when Netanyahu was giving a speech, and as her fellow members of Congress were cheering and applauding the man who was massacring her people. She's been the only one, as I'm aware, who has had a firm stance on this entire matter and who has been willing to speak in any capacity. Other than that, it's been complete silence. Everyone seems to be towing the party line, and when they say, vote for this candidate and hold them accountable, we're not seeing any accountability right now. Yes?
A lot of people are being told to think that because Harris didn't pick Josh Shapiro, but she picked Tim Walz, that somehow that's an indication that she secretly wants to support the ceasefire movement, but she can't do that right now. But once we elect her, once we all get behind her, something will change once she's elected president. What is the response of abandoned Biden and abandoned Harris to them?
We'd like to remind people that it is Kamala Harris who's leading the ticket, not Tim Walz. And we are faced with rhetoric that says Kamala Harris can't do anything now, she's just the VP. Well, if she's just the VP, then why does it matter if she picks Walz or Shapiro? It doesn't matter. And if she's a lame duck vice president, she's not going to make a good president. And so we're saying, and we released a press release 9 hours before her Detroit rally, in which she made it clear what her stance is regarding protesters of genocide. We told people, we caution you against falling for meaningless platitudes and empty rhetoric. Do not fall for meaningless symbols. And we were vindicated 9 hours later. I was even surprised by how fast it happened. And so that's our message. Do not allow yourself to be placated by meaningless platitudes and empty rhetoric. Yes?
Secretary of State Blinken just said that Israel is agreeing to accept the U.S. proposal for a ceasefire if it goes into place between now and November 5th. What is the strategy?
We would look into the details of that, but based on the track record of every single time this announcement has come, there's always been something that's never been reported. There's always been something that's never been reported, and to have the Israeli Minister of Defense come out and say the main blocker of a ceasefire is Netanyahu speaks volumes. The entire time we've been told that it's been the other side that's been blocking ceasefires, and within that Israeli cabinet, we have the Minister of Defense saying Netanyahu is the main obstacle to a ceasefire. So we're not going to comment on that right now, but we will say we're going to judge it based on its track record. We're not going to believe things at face value. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you to our guests. Thank you to everyone who flew up from various swing states. We appreciate you. And let's see this thing through. Thank you.
Folks, if you can be sure to take signs, and we should head to the protest. It never ends, folks. So, thanks, everyone.
My name is Shama Sawan. I'm a former city councilman from Seattle. We passed the first $15 minimum wage. We also
all right, everyone, hang on. Don't go anywhere. Stay here. I'm gonna try and get one interview. Then I'm gonna head to the park where the protest is. I'm gonna keep the live going. I'm gonna walk over there.
We all, as part of workers' strike back, we have a broadcast.
But hang on.
Strike, and our team is here. Would you be going to us? Great, thank you so much. And you're from Michigan, right? Can we go there where the table is? Can we?
All right, everyone. Stick around. Don't forget, smash the like button, share this live stream. I will try to get one interview before I head to the park. Just a few questions here. Mind if I have you over? My name's John. I'm with Status Coup.
Oh, hey. I think it was Jordan. Were you with Jordan?
Yeah, Jordan, yep. So, if you don't mind, I'll just ask you a few questions.
Sure.
Have every contact for media.
Can you give him this? Can you give him the name spelling? Oh, they've given us our contact. They already have it. So far, everyone has had it.
In DC. Okay.
You could say, just back up, right there. Perfect. All right. So AOC, Bernie Sanders, and other progressive-minded politicians endorsed Harris, despite her not announcing a policy change on funding Israel's assault on Gaza. Do you have a message for those politicians?
Yes, I think this is a byproduct, a not really spoken about byproduct of what happens when you negotiate and compromise with evil. The stances and the way these politicians were portrayed was different than it is now. And I think now they fall into the category of PEP, progressive except for Palestine.
Gotcha. Now, you might have addressed this earlier, but a large number of liberals watching that are yelling at you guys, saying, congratulations, Trump is worse. What message would you have? How would you respond to that? You might have addressed that.
There's nothing worse than the current genocide that is happening. And as Dr. Jill Stein said, it's not one evil versus a lesser evil. It is two greater evils, one that is currently committing genocide and one that wants to go in there and finish the job. That's the situation we're in right now. And yes, you know what? Perhaps Trump may be worse. But what I know for a fact is that if the last 11 months had been happening under Trump, the same people who have been silent and complicit today, sitting in their homes, would have been out in the streets supporting us.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Give my best to Jordan.
Thank you. I will. Is everybody heading over to the park?
Yes. We're going to just clean up a bit, take a bunch of Ubers, and head over there.
Great. Okay. I'll see you over there. Thank you. All right, everyone. I'm going to get... how you getting to the park? Are you walking? Yeah? Okay. All right, I'll walk with you. All right, guys. Stick around. We're going to stay live. Let me just get my gear together here. All right, so, thank you very much. Thank you.
You guys local?
What? I'm from New York.
Oh, you're from
Status
New York?
Coup. Yeah, I'm actually live right now. Do you mind if I ask you like one or two questions?
Sure.
I'll hold on to this. If I can have you back up really quick.
I just have something to add on.
Right.
Going on 60 seconds, so I could not say a lot of things. But I have something very important message for America.
Yes, please.
You know, before we are Democrat, Republican, atheist, agnostic, LGBTQ, Muslim, Christian, or Jew, we are human being. We are human being. And one human being cannot see the suffering of another human being, especially the women and children who are getting buried alive. It has nothing to do with the Democrat or Republican or black or white or atheist, agnostic or Jews or Christian or Hindu or Sikh. It all has to do with the humanity. If you are a human being, you will speak up against all the evils, so your children will remember. Keep the legacy alive. Keep your children proud of you, and stay away from these hypocrites and evil people. Thank you, America.
Thank you very much. What was his name again?
Rizwan.
Rizwan? John.
John.
Nice
Where
to meet
where can I find you?
So we're on YouTube.
Okay.
Status Coup.
Okay. I'm gonna take your picture.
Yeah, go ahead.
So.
Well, you can take a picture of the mic if you want.
Take a picture of you. All right. Thank you, John. Thank you.
Beautiful speech, by the way. Yes. We
Is
all
there
felt
any
it.
way I can get the copy of it?
Yeah, we're live right now. So if you go on YouTube, go on Status Coup, you could pull the video from there.
All right.
All right?
Thank you.
Take care, brother. It was nice meeting you. I'll see you around. All right, guys. Like I said, don't go anywhere. We are walking. I am walking to the protest. It's about a 7-minute walk. So just stick around. You got everything? Oh, okay. Okay. I'll see you there. All right, just want to make sure I got everything. Is this the way up? Right? Okay. All right, everyone. I just gotta adjust the settings here. It's a little bright outside. All right. Oh, sorry.
That's all good.
Thanks. I think it's this way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll see you over there.
See you over there. Yep.
All right, everyone. Come for a walk with me. Where are we? I don't even know what street this is. Oh, Randolph Street, I believe. Oh, you know what? Let me change the battery in this camera. Don't worry, guys. We got extra batteries for the live view. So we will be rocking all week for hours straight. All right, I'm going to change the battery. It's going to go out for a second. Don't go anywhere.
Bro, was I was going to go this way.
All right. We're rocking. Rock and roll. All right, so a couple things. Tonight is the first night of the DNC. Biden's going to be speaking tonight. Shit. All right, I just want to make sure I'm headed to the right direction. Okay, yes, I am heading in the right direction. And do not forget tomorrow. Let me see. So join us tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern, for the DNC Convention Mega Show Jordan's in the studio. He's going to have on so many guests. Let's see. We have guests include Cornel West, Jill Stein, Marion Williamson, Nina Turner, Ryan Grimm, Crystal Ball, economist Richard Wolf, and more. So that is tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday, 6 to 8 p.m. Do not forget to, if you are not subscribed already, please subscribe. All right, so where I'm heading now is called Union Park. There's supposed to be tens of thousands of people in this park for this protest and march. So tonight, like I said, tonight's the first night of the DNC. The theme is a celebration of President Biden and his so-called legacy. The legacy of genocide. That's what they're going to be celebrating. You know, it was no surprise that there wasn't much media coverage there. I think there was one guy live streaming. I'm not sure what network he was working for, but what the fuck is the mainstream media doing? Where are they? You know, whenever I go to these protests or any of these other events, you know, and they never show up. The fuck are they there for? What are they doing? What's the purpose of them? Alright, so there's a ton of cops here. I see Israeli flags. So it looks like there are counter demonstrators. Alright, looks like this is just getting started. Alright, so it looks like a decent crowd, by the looks of it, I don't think it's not, definitely not tens of thousands, but I would say a couple thousand. We got police over here. All right, so I just want to show you the counter demonstrators, and then I'll walk over to the rally over there. Things are pretty peaceful over here.
It is pretty.
How you doing? You too? Yeah, how you doing? Good. I'm live right now, so let me get in there, and then we'll talk after. Let's meet up for a drink. All right. All right, I'll see you guys. All right, let's get in here. All right, I want to find, maybe I can find Tina, and we'll link up. Tina could do some interviews. They have medics here, a lot of media, yeah. All right, we have a tent here. Literally anybody else. 2024 presidential.
Terrorist state of Israel. And we will continue to march and show up until we have made all of our demands clear and until we have ended the genocide and achieved total and complete liberation of Palestine and all colonized Arab lands. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! And from the sea to the river! From the sea to the river! Palestine will live forever! Palestine will live forever! Palestine will live forever! Palestine will live forever! Thank you. Help me welcome up my co-MC, Sada Mahmoud! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine!
All right, I gotta find a way in there.
Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! From the sea to the river! From the sea to the river! Palestine will live forever! Palestine will live forever! From the sea to the river! From the sea to the river! Palestine will live forever! Palestine will live forever! My name is Sada Mahmoud, and I'm a proud member of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. We're out here today as we witness the criminal genocide in Gaza continue on for over 300 days. Say shame! Shame! A genocide executed by the criminal Zionist government with the full diplomatic cover and financial support from the U.S. imperialist government. Say shame! 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 While public education is under attack, while
Do I get my credentials here? Oh, yes. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, guys, I just got to check in, and then I'll get into the press area. We'll get to some of the speeches. Hey, Sean, Farina, Status Coup. Farina, F-A-R-I-N-A. Yes.
I'm just curious. Oh, the no. So to get into the press pit, go outside of the screen. Thanks so much. Right together.
All right, I checked in, got my credentials. Let's get over to the speeches.
Hey, my conference is right up at that corner of the yellow section.
Okay, thank you.
You've been organizing with the Chicago Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression since 2019 and with the Chicago Teachers Union since 2022.
From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Good afternoon, y'all. My name is Kobe Guinnery. I am one of the co-chairs of the Coalition to March on the DNC. And it is amazing to see so many people from so many different communities out here all saying, not another nickel, not another dime. No more money for Israel's crimes. All throughout this week, Genocide Joe, Killer Kamala, Baby Killer Blinken, and hundreds of other war criminals are here in Chicago to celebrate themselves. So I want to ask y'all, after more than 300 days of genocide, what is there to celebrate? Did they fund housing? Did they fund healthcare? Did they fund education? Did they stop the police from killing black people? Have they defended people's rights from right-wing attacks? No. What they've done instead is fund one of the most horrific crimes against humanity that we've ever seen. Everybody say that ain't right. Now, the leading Democrats say a lot of nice words about the communities who helped them get elected. But they prove through their actions that they serve the same corporate interests as the Republicans. So that leaves us with only one option. When Palestine is under attack, what do we do? When black lives are under attack, what do we do? When people's rights are under attack, what do we do? Yo, we have to fight. We have to fight for a better world because these politicians will never, ever give us anything out of the goodness of their hearts. And that's why we have over 270 organizations united in this coalition and ready to fight every day until we destroy this genocidal system. We are here today. We're going to fight to end all USA to Israel. We're going to fight for a people's agenda. And you're going to hear from some of the organizations that are members of this coalition about the work that they do in their communities and how that connects to the Palestinian liberation struggle. Now, those war criminals at the United Center, they think that having bombs and having a row of police makes them powerful. But the power is the thousands of people that are represented right now. So, I want to end with one chant. I want y'all to repeat after me. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. All right, y'all, let's keep fighting. We're going to win.
Give it up for Kobe, y'all. If we can have folks, if you're out in the back, move forward. Let's get as close to the stage as possible. Gaza, Gaza, head held high. We're on the freedom side. Gaza, Gaza, head held high. We're on the freedom side. Give it up one more time for Kobe. We're going to hear from another amazing Chicago organizer. Nasreen Hassan is a national leader of the United States Palestinian Community Network.
All right, everyone, give me a second. I want to, I got to change the microphone.
Sorry, she was the former member of the Art of American Action Network in Chicago.
Give me 1
for
second.
6 years. She's been leading youth organizer and has an MA in social work from the University of Illinois Chicago Jane Addams School of Social Work. Give it up for Nasreen.
Hey, Dems, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! We charge you with genocide! Hello, town, a town that's an anti-war town, a town home to the largest Palestinian population in the U.S. That town is Chicago. It's Chi-Town. And I just want to say, even though us as Palestinians, we have been grieving for the past 10 months, we have never been more proud to be Palestinian. We are here from all our coalition movements: labor, immigrant rights, LGBTQIA, reproductive rights, education, fighting against police crimes, disability rights, and most in the center, the Palestine anti-war movement. The Palestinians of Gaza are trying to survive a genocide, and the administration that supplies and gives Israel the green light to murder our people is having a celebration in our city. The Biden administration and Democrats have ignored our calls for an end to this genocide, claiming harassment when anyone confronts them about supporting the mass murder of Palestinians. For example, Speaker Pelosi made ridiculous claims that Chinese and Russian governments were paying Palestinians to protest her support for the genocide. For months, we have seen horrific photos and videos coming out of Gaza from elders in wheelchairs being displaced for the third time in their lives, to children being blown apart, to Palestinians being held captive and tortured, to schools, mosques, and churches and homes being blown up. The Democrats, along with the Republicans, have created an environment that is vilifying our students, sending militarized police to harm them for calling on divestment from Israel. They are using political and state repression to intimidate activists for calling a war to end the genocide. They have FBI visits and law enforcement harassing our communities to stoke fear. They have reignited racist tropes towards Palestinians and Arabs. Those racist tropes were the motivator for an adult to stab a 60-year-old with the El-Fayoum over 28 times until he was killed. This was outside of Chicago. Today, shame. Today at the DNC, the keynote speaker is no other than Genocide Joe, whose administration gave unlimited bombs and bullets to Israel and gave Israel in addition $20 billion of U.S. taxpayer dollars. Israel does the bombing. Israel pulls the trigger, gleefully carrying out this genocide. But the U.S. is paying for it. Genocide Joe in 2020 tried to scare us with the threat that Trump would cut UNRWA, while his administration suspended UNRWA funding since October. The politicians in this convention are telling you that Palestine should not be your issue. When U.S. police departments get trained by Israeli occupation forces and bring those military tactics back to kill black and brown communities, Palestine is your issue. When our tax dollars are being used to kill doctors, nurses, and paramedics, Palestine is your issue. When the IOF blows up universities in Gaza and kills 15,000 children that will never return to school and refuses to fund education here, Palestine is your issue. I want to add that there are people who are upset that we're criticizing and holding the Democrats accountable, that somehow we are giving power to Trump. We recognize Trump and Project 2025 are dangerous. We know the dangers of his administration and his son-in-law Jared Kushner's racist rhetoric and colonial ambitions to further colonize Palestine. We know Jared was honored by the anti-black, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, anti-defamation league, ADL. The ADL had him as a speaker at the convention. So that's why we marched on the DNC. In closing, this incredible mobilization is here because of all of you and your solidarity. And we will end Zionism. We will return back home. and we will continue to resist occupation and colonialism. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And from the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever. Please help me welcome up our next speaker. Frank Chapman is the Executive Director of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. NARPR fights across the U.S. against police crimes and for community control of the police. A revolutionary for over 60 years, he is one of the leading black liberation organizers in the U.S. and has published 2 books. His memoir, The Damn Don't Cry, pages from the life of a black prisoner and organizer, and Marxist-Leninist perspectives on black liberation and socialism.
All power to the people. I said all power to the people. Welcome to Chicago. I've been thinking about what I'm going to say for a couple of days. In fact, I woke up at around 2 o'clock this morning thinking about what I was going to say. And these particular words came to mind. In the whole entire history of the world, there's never been a moment like this, a moment so packed with the horrors of genocide, a catastrophic moment for sure. Yet also a moment of unspeakable resistance of the Palestinian people to free their land from the scourge of settler colonialism. That's why we're here today. We're here today, among other things, to declare our unconditional solidarity with the Palestinian people. And so nobody misunderstands what I mean by that, let me just quickly say, we want Palestine to win. Also, I'm here today to denounce the criminal, outlaw government that's in Washington, D.C. right now. Because when you support, correct me if I'm wrong, did Netanyahu just address a joint session of Congress? An international war criminal just addressed a joint session of Congress. So we know what side they're on. We know what side they're on. And we are clear about what side we're on. We say end the genocide now, stop all aid to Israel, and we're going to keep on fighting back until we get what we want, because you may not get all you fight for, but you got to fight for all you get. So free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Long live the Palestinian Revolution.
Free Palestine. Free Palestine. End the occupation now. End the occupation now. Lift the siege on Gaza now. Lift the siege on Gaza now. Awesome, y'all. We're going to hear from another phenomenal speaker. Give it up for Andrew Joseph Chak, who is one of the founding members of the Anti-War Action Network, which has led multiple national days of action in solidarity with Palestine and across the globe. Free, free Palestine!
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! The Anti-War Action Network is so proud to be marching here on the DNC today, shoulder to shoulder with all of you. We brought folks here today from Minneapolis, from Milwaukee, Detroit, Grand Rapids, Chicago, Dallas, Denver, Jacksonville, Portland, New Orleans, and Tucson, all to be part of this critically important national protest. And the Democratic Party, when they ousted Genocide Joe, they thought we wouldn't be here today. They hoped we wouldn't be here today. And well, his ouster was a victory that I think we should claim. It is not enough. We want an end to the genocide, not just new leadership of a genocide. We need to end weapons sales to Israel, and we are not going to get it if we just line up behind Kamala. We will only get what we demand if we keep demanding it, if we refuse to be silent during a genocide. And lately, I've been frequently asked, and I assume many of you have been too, why I'm here protesting Harris today, when I stand for trans rights, when I stand for reproductive rights, when I stand for climate justice. But the reality is, we deserve candidates who will stand up for progressive policies like reproductive rights, like immigrant rights, like labor rights, like fighting against climate change, and who will end the genocide in Gaza. We should not have to choose whose lives we value in an election. And taking a stand against genocide should not be treated like a fringe issue. And we are going to make sure it is not treated like a fringe issue. Many of us here today, we spent our whole summer protesting for Palestine at home, at the RNC, and now here at the DNC, because we know who, regardless of who wins this election, Trump or Harris, our work will not be done. We need an end to U.S. aid to Israel, and in order to do this, we need to continue to fight for divestment in our states, on our campuses, wherever we can. We need students to continue and build the momentum that they built in the spring. We need our movements to keep up pressure on weapons manufacturers. We need to be at the inauguration to send a message that we will not be ignored. We need to keep growing our movement until it cannot be ignored. Some people think social change is made by delegates in the DNC, but in reality it is made by us, and it is made in the streets. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
From the sea to the river.
From the sea to the river.
Palestine will live forever.
Palestine will live forever.
Awesome, y'all. We're about to hear from one of my personal favorite artists, poet and R&B singer Jamila Woods. Was born in Chicago and raised on the city's south side in both Washington Park and the suburb Beverly Hills. In 2012, she published her first chapbook, The Truth About Dolls, which includes a Pushcart Prize-nominated poem about Frida Kahlo. As a singer and songwriter, she has produced hip-hop and neo-soul music, releasing her debut album, Heaven, in 2016. Go listen to it. Raised in her church choir, Jamila's musical aesthetic involves choral layering in addition to the hip-hop tradition of sampling and illusions. Let's give it up for Jamila, y'all.
Black is like the magic's like a spell. My brothers went to heaven, the police going to, yeah, they're going to. Hello, operator, emergency hotline. If I say that I can't breathe, will I become a chop? Line up to see the movie, line up to see the act. The officers are scheming to cover up their. Ask me no more questions, tell me no more lies. You're serving and protecting is stealing babies' lives. I'm very black. Can't send me back. You take my brother. I fight back. I'm very black. I made a pact. You take my brother. I fight back. And that is all I know. Thank you, Chicago. How y'all feeling? Are there any introverts at the protest today? Congratulations, thank you for being here. I'm just gonna share a couple more songs with you all. This next one, This next song is inspired by the Land Back movement and the climate justice movement. As we know, all of the struggles are connected, and one of the first tools of colonialism is to separate the people from the land and to separate people's ability to sustain themselves through the land. So this song is called Teach Me. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. I think a lot about the olive trees in Palestine and the ways that indigenous wisdom teaches us how to relate to the land. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We already know. And this song is about opening up to those lessons that the earth is ready to teach us. This next song is inspired by a black woman named Rakia Boyd, who was killed by an off-duty police officer named Dante Servin in Douglas Park. She was just my age. She would have been my age today. And it's inspired by the black women organizers who organized the way we are doing today to speak truth to power. And this song is called Black Girl Soldier. We must love each other and support each other. We have nothing to lose but our chains. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for Jamila Woods once more. I have a sad announcement to share in the Chicagoland community. Anthony Gay, who was wrongfully imprisoned and spent 22 years in solitary confinement, died 2 days ago in the hospital due to medical neglect at the hands of the federal prison system.
Shame. He was a member of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, and I would like to take a moment of silence so that we can remember Anthony. We can use this time to reflect and remember that the same systems that are killing our people in Gaza are torturing and killing black people in Chicago, in the U.S.
Fucking shame!
These are the same systems. Chicago is the police torture capital of the world. Anthony Gay was failed by this system. And we carry Anthony Gay's spirit with us as we march on the DNC today, and we join the Alliance's call to free all wrongfully convicted torture survivors from prison immediately. And when I say free them all, you say free them now. Free them all!
Free them now!
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 Thank you, everyone. I would like to welcome up our next speaker. Mohammed is an organizer with the Palestinian Youth Movement, a transnational grassroots movement of young Palestinians in Palestine and in exile who strive to ensure a better future for themselves and subsequent generations.
Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Chicago, I can't hear you. Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Our streets. Not theirs, ours. We have for generations walked and suffered as we built these streets with our own hands, while the ruling class overlooked us from their ivory towers and flew over us in their private jets, and yet they claim that they exist amongst us. Shame! In 1968, we gathered in these very streets to protest the illegal war on Vietnam that sacrificed our children of the working class and plummeted the citizens of this country into a depression. And the city responded not by listening, but by their usual way of systemic oppression and brutality, in hopes of quelling the movement. Shame. 50 years later, we find ourselves walking those same steps in history, with Gaza being the most recent target of U.S. imperialism at the suffering of their own people. And it has responded in the same way: systemic oppression and brutality. But what the ruling class has yet to understand for the last 5 decades is that no amount of brutality will ever quell the movement. Their violences has only increased our will for justice, our will for freedom, and our steadfastness. Best believe we are not here by our own will, but because the Democratic Party has forced us to be here, because they continuously play performative politics and utter the word ceasefire while they send checks to Israel. Who are they trying to fool? We are here to demand better. We know that it was our movement that made Joe Biden so unpopular that he had to step down. And we know and have known for 10 months, the power of the movement. And that is why we continuously mobilize by the millions and have not lost any energy along the way. So what makes them think we will stop now? We won't stop, that is right! To the current administration and to Kamala Harris, we are done with your words and platitudes. We demand action. We demand an end to Israel's war in Gaza, and we demand a total arms embargo. $3.5 billion. $3.5 billion. Imagine what you can do with $3.5 billion within your own communities. That amount of money has just this week been awarded to Israel by our so-called democratic administration. This comes at a time where 2/3 of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. The leading cause of bankruptcy is medical debt, and test scores across American schools are at its lowest. And even here in Chicago, 200,000 residents of marginalized communities are at threat of gentrification and displacement. And do you know how our representatives responded to these problems? Well, you guys know the answer. With more funding to a foreign nation, the nation of Israel. The nation of Israel, as it commits the worst genocide of this century. Over 100,000 estimated killed, including my very own baby cousins, Nuran Allah, only 12 years old, and Rozan Allah, only 10 years old, were found in pieces by their families. Imagine that. And just to wrap up, in our thousands and our millions, we are all Palestinians. This is not merely a slogan of solidarity. It is the reality of our intertwined interests. My brothers and sisters, let us be the generation of change. Let us be the generation of liberation. Free Palestine.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us here today. My name is Abla Abdul Qadir, and I am a student organizer, and I'm currently residing as the SJP Chicago co-chair. I love you too. Okay. In what seems like an overnight shift, the city of Chicago has been transformed into what resembles a police state. The city has issued road closures within the perimeter of the DNC. They have deployed 2,500 police officers and even sent the National Guard out here to protect these genocidal profiteers. Chicago communities do not need increased policing. We need our welfare systems funded. We need our schools to stop shutting down. We need access to quality health care, and we need an end to this damn genocide. I witnessed firsthand during my time at the U Chicago encampment the effort to stifle our voices and repress our movement. The student encampments curated a space of education, community support, and beautiful solidarity. Day in and day out, on multiple encampment grounds, student, faculty, and community members came through for each other in unprecedented ways. However, we see the crooks, like the Biden administration, criminalizing the students, deploying public and private police force to violently suppress our presence on campuses. Shame! Up until now, students continue to be targeted by both the administration and the police. And currently, U Chicago is housing 500 cops in student dorms. Our people are facing unprecedented homelessness, yet the administrations like U Chicago are more committed to giving cops a place to stay than to meet their students' demands of divestment. Why are we funding Israel and not our students? Why are the students painted as the criminals when our universities are the ones backing a genocide? Even to get on this stage, we had to fight the city for approval, even though this is our right. But despite their repressive tactics, we have not stopped. We will no longer accept the status quo. These are not normal times, and we will continue to dissent for immigrant rights, for black liberation, for queer liberation, and for the total and inevitable liberation of all of us. And to our corrupt university and to the corrupt universities and to the racist Democrats, the whole world is watching. Repeat after me. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. I'd like to introduce my co-MC, Reverend Jamie from the Soul Organization.
Good afternoon. I'm going to try that one more time. Good afternoon. That's better. Hello, I am Reverend Jamie Fluker. I am a faith organizer with Southsiders Organized for Unity and Liberation, also known as SOUL. And I stand here today as a faith leader called to fight the good fight for justice. And in the words of the freedom-fighting Fannie Lou Hamer, I'm here to tell the Democratic Party that I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And to say to them, not another nickel, not another dime, no more money for Israel's crimes. I'm here to introduce also our next speaker. Javi Velasquez is a unionized worker with the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers and a Chicano community organizer with La Frontera Nos Cruzo in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. He is the son of a formerly undocumented immigrant and today is representing the National Immigrant Rights Organization, Legalization for All. Let's give him a rousing Chicago welcome.
All power to the people. Let's try that again. All power to the people. It's much better, thank you. I'm Javi, she already introduced me, so I'm not going to go through that spiel, thank you. All right. The Legalization for All network is here in solidarity with the Palestine struggle. Our struggles are not isolated from one another. Both of our peoples live with the scars and constant threat of unfettered imperialism. We immigrants, we children of immigrants, are under attack. There has been a constant shift in our lifetimes, a rightward shift within the Democratic Party and their policies. Rather than lighten the weight of American imperialism that burdens the shoulders of hard-working immigrants, the Democrats, especially under Biden and Harris, have taken up anti-immigrant policy in an attempt to bring in Republican voters. Shame. Our borders are already being policed as if it were a war zone. With the same technology Israel uses from companies like Elbit Systems and Caterpillar, U.S. Border Patrol uses the same tactics to genocide and oppress our Palestinian brothers and sisters. We immigrants who come here for refuge within the belly of the beast gather in solidarity with the Palestinian liberation struggle and the Black liberation struggle against the ever-weakening U.S. imperialist project. We gathered in solidarity against the RNC, and we gather in solidarity today against the DNC. for both parties' complicity in the imperial project at home and abroad. I was in Matahuala, Mexico a few weeks ago, and I saw people living in utter desperation. I saw families who marry off their 2 young daughters in hopes of one less mouth to feed in the house. I saw broken neighborhoods living in the shadow of toxic slab heaps dumped by mining corporations funded by U.S. capital that receive no environmental oversight, no worker safety standards. And this was just a tiny glimpse into what happens in the rest of Latin America. In Mexico, I saw families so full of love for their children that they do everything possible to make sure they are fed through very desperate conditions. Contradictory to the ongoing rhetoric of the right that these people are violent criminals, I saw hungry children and tired parents yearning for some sense of stability, yearning for some sense of safety. And these are the conditions from which people flee their homeland. We see through the lies they tell against our people, and we demand Harris put a stop to all anti-immigration policies. We demand an end to the border wall and border militarization. We demand an end to the demonization and exploitation of our people. We demand an end to the Palestinian genocide, and we demand legalization for all and equality for all. If you're interested in joining us, you can follow Legalization for All Network on all social media. And I'll leave you with an oldie but a goldie. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Javi. Show me what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. Show me what community looks like. Show me what community looks like. Make some noise. I'd like you to make some noise and welcome to the stage Hatem Abudai, who is the executive director of the Arab American Action Network and also one of the program coordinators for the Coalition to March on the DNC. Make some noise!
Give it up for the MCs, Abla and Reverend Jamie. Hey, y'all, this is incredible. Look at yourselves. Look at yourselves. 15,000 people that are in the park today right now. 15,000 people representing all of the major issues and communities in this country. Black liberation, immigrant rights, reproductive rights, women's rights, workers' rights, the right to strike, the right to unionize, the rank and file workers here, the black community members here, the documented and undocumented immigrants that are here. How powerful this is to be together, all of us. They asked me ad nauseum, what makes a success for a protest like this? And I said, I don't give a shit what happens at the DNC. This is the success already. You've already accomplished it. This is what Killer Kamala and Genocide Joe and Baby Killer Blinken and all the rest of the Democratic Party in there, we're not going to let them get a pass. We don't let Durbin or Schumer or Jeffries or Pelosi or any of the top Democrats get a pass. And this is what they're afraid of. They're afraid of all of us. They're afraid of the unity between black and Palestinian people in this country. They're afraid of the unity between Palestinian people and undocumented immigrants in this country. They're afraid of the unity of the working class and the rank and file workers and the Palestinian people in this country. So I want to thank every single one of you for being here. I want to thank you for what you do for us and for our families and for our people in Palestine. And on that vein, we need to thank you some more by putting money in the buckets that are going around. I know you've seen me do these fundraising pitches before. I don't have the time to do the 30-minute one, but I'm asking you to go into your pockets. We got young people all across the park that have buckets. Please drop what you can in the buckets. This is a grassroots effort. I know some of you have already given. I know some of you have seen the website and gone on the link and you've given money. We appreciate it. But it really is a grassroots effort. And we need all the money that we can to pay for all the expenses. We got another big protest coming up on Thursday, and we're going to need to do that as well. So please, the buckets are going around. Continue doing that. And one last thing I want to say. We are winning. It is very difficult to say sometimes when you know that you've buried 40,000 of your beautiful people. But we are winning. The Israelis can't defeat the Palestinian resistance in Gaza, and the Americans and the U.S. and the Europeans cannot beat us in the streets. Thank you very much.
Who is the revolution? Who is the revolution? Who is the intifada? Who is the intifada? I'd like to welcome our next speaker, Tariq Khalil, who is an attorney and board member for the Chicago chapter of American Muslims for Palestine. He likes to take on modern Palestinian history and Palestinian rights under international law.
What a crowd! How loud can you be? From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free!
Palestine will be free!
Unbelievable! Kamala Harris, unless you desire freedom and justice and liberation for the Palestinian people, I'm speaking. You, Kamala, and the administration to which you belong have been openly, proudly, and disgustingly complicit in the first live stream genocide in the history of the world. Kamala, while you're speaking, Palestinians are dying. While you're speaking, schools, hospitals, and mosques have been bombed and destroyed. While you're speaking, children, women, journalists, doctors, nurses, students, academics, scientists have been killed while you're speaking, all with our tax dollars and U.S.-made weapons. Shame on you! We are here to tell the DNC, Genocide Joe, and Kamala Harris, not in our name. Your hands are covered in the blood of Palestinian children, not in our name. Nowhere in Gaza is safe. So-called safe zones are in fact death zones. On average, about 130 people have been killed every day in Gaza for the last 10 months. You, Biden, you, Kamala, have done nothing. You could have ended this. You could have ended this a long time ago. You could have ended this when Prime Minister Netanyahu promised to operate forcefully everywhere. You could have ended it when Defense Minister Yoav Gallant declared no electricity, no fuel, no water, and called us human animals. You could have ended it when Netanyahu said he would use, quote, unprecedented might. You could have ended it when he made the biblical reference to Amalek, which means Israeli forces go and kill everyone and everything in sight with no distinction. You could have ended it when Likud Minister Avi Dichter said, quote, we are now rolling the Gaza Nakbeh. The Nakbeh, or catastrophe, represents the ongoing forcible displacement, dispossession, ethnic cleansing, land theft, oppression, and denial of self-determination and basic human rights, and repatriation, freedom, justice, and liberation. You've done nothing while Palestinians were being slaughtered. The specific intention to destroy civilian life and infrastructure was clear, yet you did nothing. The ICJ ruled that Israel's plausibly committing genocide and ruled again for what it's doing in Gaza. The ICC was about to issue arrest warrants against Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. That wasn't evidence enough for you to do something. Yet, you did nothing. Well, correction. You did do something. You proposed to give Israel an additional $14.3 billion in military aid and an additional $20 billion in sales on top of the annual $3.8 billion that we give to Israel to continue its apartheid regime and genocidal campaign against the Palestinian people. Rather than use the funds to help the schools in inner cities, to help people achieve basic dignity in their own home here in the United States, help them in housing, help them in schools, help them in basic infrastructure, give the American people that money so that we can develop ourselves. But instead, you're using it to destroy an entire civilian population. Shame on you. I know we've heard a lot about Project 2025. Here's our Project 2025. Free! Free!
Up with liberation! Down with deportation! Up with liberation! Down with occupation!
I'd like to introduce Sydney Loving, who has been active in the Black Liberation Movement and the fight against police crime since 2015, leading work in Dallas and nationally. She sits on the Central Committee of Freedom Road Socialist Organization, a revolutionary organization with a long history of solidarity with Palestine and active in the trade unions, Black and Chicano liberation movements, anti-war organizing, and many other fronts of the people's struggles.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Okay, I'm not going to introduce myself because they already introduced me. I'm going to get right into it. We're marching today. We're marching today to the site of the DNC, and we're making it clear that we stand with the Palestinian resistance. And inside that convention will be President Biden, Vice President Harris, and all the Congress people who make this genocide possible. Right. They've been sitting in their cushy offices writing the checks US dollars paying for bombs and bullets in prison camps. And none of this is a secret. None of this is a secret. These are facts. Just this past week, the U.S. announces more weapons to Israel to the tune of $20 billion. And there's no corner of the globe that the U.S. empire is not interested in dominating, and the Middle East is a strategic target. We know this. Apartheid Israel can only exist with the U.S. backing it up, and it all comes down to money. Just think about that. They're destroying lives for money. And we're saying enough is enough. So some people will talk about us out here and say that our commitment to holding the Democrats accountable for the genocide in Gaza is going to help Trump win. Bullshit. When you enable genocide, embrace genocide, or excuse genocide, you lose support. Simple as. If they want us and all the progressive forces to line up behind them and support them, then they have to earn it. So we have a people's agenda here today, demanding money for jobs, schools, healthcare, not a war. And the reason we have to be out here demanding the basic rights that everyday people need to live is because the monopoly capitalists who run this country are getting rich off this system. They're getting rich off the system that forces us into the struggle to change things. Somebody's getting rich off the genocide in Palestine. But this system will not last. We're building a revolutionary movement to take back our power because we want to build something better for everybody. Working class and oppressed people deserve a real future. And Palestinian children deserve a real future, and this rotting system has no future. But history is not over. We can fight and we can win. And we stand with the whole arc of resistance fighting for Palestinian liberation. So when we get in the streets, let them hear us, y'all. Let them hear us.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Here to bring up our next speakers, Munya and Noor, representing the Palestinian Feminist Collective, an organization of Palestinian and Arab women and feminists working towards the liberation of Palestine and beyond. Make some noise!
Hi everyone, how are you doing? I'm Noor and this is Mona, and we are part of the Palestinian Feminist Collective.
Are we fired up for Palestine? I can't hear you. Are we fired up for Palestine? Better. Good afternoon, my friends, brothers and sisters in the struggle. For nearly a year now, we have remained steadfast in our rage and grief as we confront the U.S. war machine. We have screamed in agony as we witnessed the brutal slaughter of Palestinian children, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers. We marched, we demanded, we wrote, and we prayed for our people in Palestine only to be met with nothing but empty platitude and contempt from our elected officials. Enough. It has never been clearer that the two-party political system is nothing but a lie perpetuated by the ruling class. The goals of both Democrats and Republicans are the same: to consolidate power and control at the expense of the masses, no matter the cost. A true democracy is meant to reflect the will of the people, not the whims of political elites. These parties do not serve us, so we will not serve them. We are here saying loud and clear that we will not be bullied into submission. We will not be complicit. We will not be silenced. We demand better, and we will not stop protesting until our voices are heard. Politicians must earn our vote, yet they have shown time and again that they serve only the Zionist project and their own capitalist interest, waging wars and profiting from genocide. But rest assured, my friends, their vicious schemes will not go unchallenged. Our demands are unwavering. No more support for genocide. No more funding for oppression. Arms embargo and ceasefire now! The Democratic Party can no longer hide behind a false veil of inclusion. A woman of color ordering the death of innocent children is neither progressive nor ethical. It is the highest of betrayals, an affront to the very essence of humanity. To Kamala Harris and Joe Biden we say, your party may be blue, but your hands are stained with the red blood of Palestinian mother and children. We recall the black feminist who stood here in Chicago in 1968 demonstrating against the DNC, who knew very well that our feminist struggle was against sexism, racism, and imperialism. The triple jeopardy laid out by revolutionary feminist Frances Bale. We think of our indigenous sisters like Winona LaDuke, who understood that there is no feminism without land back. We are fueled by the sumud of our people who continue to rise from the rubbles to assert their love of life in the face of Zionism death drive.
In that convention center, they will talk about reproductive rights. Yet just a few days ago, Jumana Abukumsan and her 4-day-old twins, Asir and Asil, were murdered by weapons provided to the IOF by Democrats. Jumana will not be mentioned in that convention center, but we as the Palestinian Feminist Collective raise our voices for her reproductive rights, for the rights of newborns, and for all families obliterated by the settler colonial regime and America's systematic assault on Palestinian life and dignity. We scream Jumana's name in the same breath as Sonia Massey, who was murdered a month ago in this very state. In this very state. To all the so-called feminists inside the convention, hear this. If your version of feminism has borders, then nobody is safe in your presence. If your version of feminism compels you to silence those protesting a genocide, then nobody is safe in your presence. You struggle to be included in the U.S. imperial war machine. We struggle to destroy it. Let us reclaim our power as feminists and say in one voice that we will not be complicit in injustice. Today and every day until Palestine is free, we will elevate the voices of our people, honor our martyrs, and resist by any means necessary. We are strengthened by the history of our struggle. Our voices grow louder with each passing day, shouting back to Kamala Harris and the entire DNC, we are the ones who are speaking! We shout for our martyrs and for our righteous cause. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free!
Thank you. Up next, we have Ashik Siddiq, who is a research analyst at the Institute for Policy Studies, analyzing militarized spending in the U.S. federal budget. He was elected to the Democratic Socialists of America's National Political Committee and is currently co-chair. Make some noise.
Comrades, my name is Ashik Siddiq, and I'm co-chair of Democratic Socialists of America, the largest socialist organization in the United States, and I'm so proud to stand with tens of thousands of you and many more people all over the country in solidarity with the people of Palestine, whose struggle is a symbol of the human will for liberation all over the world. My family is from Bangladesh, which experienced a genocide over 50 years ago that was sponsored by the United States. Just this past month, massive protests led by students in Bangladesh forced a dictator to resign and flee the country. At their moment of victory, alongside the flags of Bangladesh that the students were waving from the Capitol building and on the streets, they were waving flags of Palestine. Because they feel so deeply how these struggles are connected. There are moments like this all over the world where people are rising, forced to rise against unjust systems of oppression that become intolerable, and they learn how to organize in every way possible to defeat those systems and build the alternative. We've seen moments like this in the United States, from Occupy Wall Street to Black Lives Matter to Standing Rock, and for the past year that we've been protesting for Palestine, where millions of people wake up to an intolerable injustice and take to the streets because we cannot tolerate it anymore. And every time we rise up, we learn ways to sustain this energy and build stronger organizations that can outlast these moments of movements. The Democratic National Convention that we're here protesting today represents a way of doing things in the United States that allows tens of thousands of people to be murdered with our taxpayer dollars while our communities are defunded here in the United States, while the harm that the United States empire has done for many decades go unrepaired. All of us here are part of building an alternative to that. As socialists, we know that a backbone of strong social movements is organized workers. Nothing is as strong as workers organizing to realize that our self-interest is aligned with oppressed people all over the world, and then using our collective power to demonstrate how powerful that solidarity can be. It's been many decades in the United States since labor unions have stood up against war perpetrated by the United States and for internationalism. But just in the past few months, we've seen 7 major labor unions and counting come out to demand an arms embargo against Israel and to demand an end to aid to Israel, including United Auto Workers, which represents hundreds of thousands of workers all over the country. And this is because so many people organized for many years to reform their unions from the inside, from the bottom up. DSA members were among those struggling for many years to do this. And this is the kind of struggle we need to do in every organization, every institution of working class power that we're building together. It's the strength of our movements on the outside that empowers us to intervene against an electoral system that is oppressing us. This is what empowers people like Alderman Byron Sigto Lopez in Chicago to stand up against censure for standing with Palestine. It's what empowers Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib from Detroit, who said the words, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," and was censured by the rest of Congress for that. This is what empowered Cori Bush in St. Louis, who got elected as an organizer demanding justice for Mike Brown and black people killed by police, who was a champion for the ceasefire resolution in Congress following the lead of our movements. AIPAC, the Israel lobby, had to spend $20 million to defeat her earlier this month, but they are not going to keep us back. We'll keep organizing more strongly, more powerfully to win the world that we need, so that in 4 years, we're not just protesting the DNC and trying to influence the presidential election. We're organizing for a general strike with millions of workers all over the country to shut down the system that's oppressing us and win what we need. So it takes all of us getting better and better at organizing in the ways that we're connecting masses of people, not just at the ballot box, but in our workplaces, in our neighborhoods, in the streets, to build power through our own independent organizations. DSA is one of the organizations doing that. Many of you are from other organizations doing it. If you're not part of an organization already, join one by the end of today that you think is going to build the power we need over the next few years. We are all in this struggle together, and we are going to organize to win the world we want.
When Gaza is under attack, what do we do? What do we do? Next, coming up to bring us words is Carlos Montes, who is a longtime fighter for Chicano liberation. He lives and organized in Los Angeles and was one of the co-founders of the legendary Brown Berets. Make some noise for Carlos.
All right, what's up, everybody? Yeah, we're ready to march, right? Carlos Montes, longtime Chicano activist. I'm a product of the anti-war movement in Vietnam. The Vietnamese people taught us that we needed to support the struggle of the oppressed people throughout the world against U.S. imperialism. My homies came back traumatized or dead from Vietnam. It radicalized me to support the struggle of Vietnam victory over U.S. imperialism. That's why today we are in solidarity with the struggle of the Palestinian people, right? Self-determination for the Palestinian nation. The right of return for all Palestinian refugees, right? I come from Los Angeles, California, a primarily Chicano neighborhood. Some people call us Mexican Americans, but learn the word. We are Chicanos. We fight for Chicano power. We support working class power. But I'm from the 60s. I also support black power. Yeah, let's hear it. Black power. Chicano power. And all working class power together, we're going to have a revolution in this country, right? I organized in my barrio, in my neighborhood. We fight against police killings of young Chicanos by the LAPD. We fight for better schools against privatization. We fight for immigrant rights. But we know that the struggle is for self-determination and for revolution in this country. Are you with me? Are you with me? Revolution, yeah. I learned that from my grandfather, who was in the Mexican Revolution as a teenager. The whole world, the U.S. has now been isolated throughout the world because of their support for the genocide in Gaza, right? So the DNC, and I also march at the RNC, the leadership of the DNC and the RNC represent the rich interest of this country. They represent the empire. So we have to fight and organize against U.S. empire. Are you with me? We have to build a large united front here in the United States against U.S. imperialism and support the struggle of the people throughout the world. And in closing, I just want to say that I was a guest in Venezuela, Caracas, in March for the 10-year anniversary of the Hugo Chavez passing. So again, we want to be in solidarity with Palestine, but also Nicaragua and Venezuela, who are fighting U.S. sanctions. All right, Black Power. Black power, Chicano power, working class power, Palestine will be free. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. Gracias, muchas gracias.
Okay, everyone, I need you to listen up real quick. We have a special guest who's going to take the stage for us today. I have the honor of introducing the legendary civil rights activist, Mr. Cornel West.
Let us be clear. Let us not be deceived. We are here because we have a profound love of our precious Palestinian brothers and sisters and siblings. And we send a message to them: you are not abandoned, you are not alone. We will never forget you. Your dignity and your decency will never be crushed by any form of terrorism or genocide or ethnic cleansing or apartheid-like conditions. And this is not about some Machiavellian politics or some utilitarian calculation about an election. This is about morality. This is about spirituality. And I come to you from a great black people who've been hated for 400 years and taught the world so much about love. Who've been terrorized for 400 years and taught the world so much about freedom for everybody. Who've been traumatized for 400 years and taught the world so much about wounded healing. That's the best of black America. That's Frederick Douglass. That's Ida B. Wells. That's Harriet Tubman. That's Martin Luther King Jr. That's Malcolm X. That's Curtis Mayfield. That's Luther Vandross. That's Nina Simone. And it's precisely this moral power, this spiritual power, that allows us to straighten our backs up and say, no to genocide, a Democratic Party. Shame on you. You're accommodating yourself to empire. Shame on you. You're accommodating yourself to organized greed. Shame on you. You weaponizing hatred. And then people have the nerve to say, we are the haters. We have a love for our Palestinians, and we have a love for oppressed people wherever they are around the world. But at the moment, it's about Gaza. Just like it's about mass incarceration, it's about the hoods and the barrios and the poor communities. But I want to end on this note, because I just left this magnificent press conference for the abandoned Harris people. Because there's a lot of folk getting excited about Sister Harris because she's a black sister from Jamaica and from India. And we simply want to say a black face in a high place in the same empire, the same predatory capitalist processes, the same policies of genocide do not move us. It's not a function of your skin pigmentation. It's not a function of your gender. It's not a function of your sexual orientation. What kind of moral substance do you have? What kind of ethical content do you have? What kind of political consequences for those in my black church tradition from the 25th chapter of Matthew? What you do unto the least of these, you do unto me. And that's true for our precious Jews, precious Muslims, precious Christians like myself, secular brothers and sisters, atheistic, agnostic. What kind of human being are you choosing to be in your short trek from your mama's womb to tomb? That's why we stand here with our Palestinian brothers and sisters. Shame on the Democratic Party.
Can we make some noise for Dr. Cornel West? We'll keep moving in our program. Our next two MCs coming to the stage are Daniela from Mahente and Glow from Mahana Center. Let's make some noise for them.
Hola, hola. When I say mi gente, you say presente. Mi gente. Mi gente. Alrighty, y'all. Buenas tardes. Me llamo Daniela Sigala. I am with mi gente, and mi gente means my people. So, mi gente is a political organization and one of the leading immigration organizations here in the U.S. We are a political and organizing hub for all Latinx and Chicanx people all over the U.S. and Puerto Rico who seek racial, gender, economic, and racial justices. We are pro-indigenous, pro-black, pro-worker, pro-mujer, pro-Pachamama, and pro-immigrant. And proudly, our members join today's march to loudly say, no tech for ICE. Also, justice is our demand. No peace on stolen land. Justice is our demand. No peace on stolen land. When I say mi gente, you say presente. Mi gente, mi gente. Got one last one for you. I do it for my people. Yo lo hago con mi gente. I do it for my people. Yo lo hago con mi gente. Se la paso a Glow Troy. Thank you, guys.
Give it up for Danny! My name is Glow Choi. I am an immigrant justice organizer with Hana Center, and we are proud to be here to march against the DNC. We represent the low-income, undocumented, the Korean, the Asian, and the multi-ethnic. When I was a young boy immigrating to the U.S., I was told the story that if I worked hard enough, that I could achieve the American dream. Who here believes in that myth? Not me. No, the American dream is made possible to the few at the expense of the many, at the expense of a living nightmare for the rest of the world. The same forces that divided my home, my Korea, are the same ones occupying the lands of Palestine. We are here to be reminded that it doesn't matter if it's a Democrat in office or a Republican, the imperialist forces of the U.S. must be stopped. For those who are undocumented, I remember asking, what does citizenship, what does legalization mean to me? And it doesn't mean being a part of this unjust system. It means demanding more each and every day and fighting for all of our liberation. Power to the people! No one is illegal! Power to the people! No one is illegal! Thank you.
One more time for Glow and the Hana Center, everyone. Viva, viva Palestina! Viva, viva Palestina! Alrighty, let's give a warm welcome to our next speaker. We have Rama. Rama is from the National Students for Justice in Palestine, which builds the legacy and the impact of the student movement in occupied Turtle Island to help empower, unify, and support student organizers as they push forward demands for Palestine liberation and self-determination on their campuses. National SJP supports over 300 independent students organizations, including SGP Chicago. Welcome, welcome. Where's Rama? Viva, viva Palestina! Welcome, Rama.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. How are we doing? I'm going to put this here 1 second. Hello? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Rama with National Students for Justice in Palestine. I just wanted to start off by thanking the March on the DNC Coalition, and particularly the U.S. Palestinian Community Network for all of their hard work in executing this march. Yeah, give it up for them. I also want to thank SDS, MSA, JVP, YDSA, and dissenters for their support and involvement in the official student contingent at this march. Raise your hands. Which has coordinated and facilitated the congregation of hundreds of students here today. Finally, I want to thank all my fellow students who have worked day in, day out to make Palestine unavoidable on their campuses, especially SGP Chicago, for the work they're doing right here in Chicago. So before I continue, I want to get to know the audience a little. So if you're a student, can you make some noise? Woo! And if you've supported these students throughout the brutal repression they faced, can you also make some noise? And now this should be everybody. If you're tired of the Democratic Party's continuous enabling and supporting genocide against our people in Gaza for the last 11 months, let the DNC hear your rage. I'm proud to be among you all today, speaking as the voice of the student movement, affirming that students' commitment to Gaza and the liberation of Palestine is as strong as ever. We join you all today, the workers, the elders, youth, and children, to say loudly and clearly to the DNC that those who support and fund the genocide of our people are not welcome in our cities. For decades, students have been actively confronting Zionism and fighting for the liberation of Palestine on their college campuses under the banner of Students for Justice in Palestine. SJP has become central to the struggle, with hundreds of chapters, 200 alone founded after October, organizing under its banner. And since the start of the genocide, students in the U.S. and across the world have risen to join the struggle for liberation and return, and their power has raised the ceiling for our struggle in a revolutionary way. We know that this is a clear testament to the consciousness and power of the students, and we see how when we are banded together with the broader masses, we have immense and endless power. We all stand here today to march on the DNC in Chicago, remembering the DNC back in 1968, also in Chicago. Back then, people were protesting the same thing we're protesting today, which is U.S. imperialism. Both in 1968 and today, students have been at the forefront of the fight against U.S. imperialism and the U.S. empire and its destruction around the world. As we witness the horrors of the Zionist state's aggression in Gaza, we, the students, have turned our attention to those who are profiting off of the genocide, which is our administrators and universities. In April, we created a crisis through the student intifada that they could no longer ignore, as the student intifada erupted with hundreds of chapters erecting encampments on their campuses. Students across the entire globe, including our very own Northwestern, UChicago, and DePaul students, gave their administrators, a choice. Either you fully divest from the Zionist entity, or you allow your university's reputation to absolutely shatter. And of course, administrators chose the latter as they brutalized their students using the police force, the very police force that's right here all around us, and academic repression. But guess what? The student intifada lives on. We are returning stronger than ever before as we head into the fall semester. As long as our administrators are going to continue profiting off of the genocide of our people, of the Palestinians, we will continue to confront them just as we're confronting the complicit Democratic Party today. All the genocide supporters must be confronted wherever they go, and we will not stop and we will not rest until ceasefire and ultimate liberation. It is clear that Harris's intention is to continue fueling this genocide, and her very own national security advisor recently stated that she does not support an arms embargo. 11 months and counting of genocide is an additional stain on the record of the Democratic Party and the U.S. government. And the blood of every single martyr in Gaza is on the hands of our politicians. Until we achieve an arms embargo, an end to the unconditional aid to the Zionist entity, a permanent ceasefire, and a liberated Palestine, we will remain in revolt both on our campuses and in the streets. Thank you.
Give it up one more time for SJP! All right, it's my honor now to introduce Casamicho Ocan. We have Maggie Lugo, the executive director of Casamicho Ocan. They celebrate Mexican culture and traditions to reaffirm identity as new Americans and to promote civic responsibilities. La Casa led the March 10th movement, which brought more than 500,000 people to the streets of Chicago and brought May Day back to the U.S. Give it up for Maggie!
Let everybody hear us. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. ¡Viva! ¡Viva Palestina! ¡Viva! ¡Viva! ¡Viva Palestina! Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maggie Lugo, and I'm an undocumented myself. I'm very proud to say that I'm the executive director of Casa Michoacan. That we're only a few steps away from our organization that has been fighting, along with many immigrant rights organizations that are here today, for what we need legalizations for all. Chicago has long been immigrant communities and immigrant families. The city has been founded by John Poindexter himself, an immigrant from Haiti. And new immigrants and refugees groups have steadily arrived in Chicago in centuries since. We're currently experiencing a humanitarian crisis. This base of immigrants throughout the city has since grown to include the suburbans and many areas across in Illinois. These community members and leaders have organized alongside allies like all of our organizations here. Palestinians are immigrants and everyone is welcome here. We have fought for these gains, even as both parties support ramped up enforcement and deportation policies in the White House. But guess what? Illinois is a very welcoming state. We have closed ICE detention centers in Illinois. We have stopped collaboration between immigration enforcement and local police. We have won direct assistance and state tax relief for immigrant families. And most recently, we won driver's license and state ID for all. So what do we say? I want to hear everyone loud and clear say, El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. Today, I march because this is personal. This is personal along with many of my immigrants, long-standing Palestinian residents, and Mexican Latinos, and all nationalities that are currently marching. We all deserve one thing, and we deserve dignity, respect to our dignity. For the last 2 years, Governor Abbott sought to create division and use people as pots for his anti-immigrant political scheme by busing tens of thousands of new arrivals to Chicago and other cities. But today we're marching to say enough is enough. Harris, escucha, estamos en la lucha. Harris, escucha, estamos en la lucha. Viva Palestina! Viva Palestina!
From Palestine to Mexico, border walls have got to go. Alrighty, let's give another welcome to Rania Salem, who is a member of USPCN Chicago and co-chair of the USPCN Nationals Campaign for Free All Palestinian Political Prisoners. She has been performing her spoken word poetry since she was an SJP leader at Loyola Chicago. Let's give it up for Rania Salem.
Hi everyone. I have a poem for you all today and I hope that you enjoy it. Location unknown. أنا وين? Which violent nation state have I been dropped off to today? All colonizer states look the same to me. بس هاد مش سما وطني. أنا مش في وطني. بتعرف قديش أنا بعاني لأهل وطني؟ 1 dead, 2 dead, 3 dead, 4. Who's keeping score? بتعرف قديش أنا بعاني لأهل وطني؟ 100 dead, 200 dead, 300 dead, 4. How many more? We can't keep handling anymore. 1,000 dead, 2,000 dead, 3,000 dead, 4. Honor Palestinian bodies and value us to our core. We are more than what's forgotten. We are more than what's ignored. Tell them that we are more. Location unknown. أنا وين? 1 dead, 2 dead, 3 dead, 4. All of these numbers, just how much more? We are not numbers, we are not numbers, we are not numbers on your scale of how many were murdered by your calculated bombing mistake. Location unknown. I have yet to figure out which violent nation state I have been dropped off to today. You have a capitalist, imperialist state plotting to eliminate me. There is a sword at my neck forcing me to surrender, threatening to cut me dead if I am not to surrender. Location unknown. I am lost inside the deepest, darkest parts of my mind, ready to unfold. Fire bombs and white phosphorus. What's illegal in terms of an imperialist catalyst of absolute violence? My people are stuck in a never-ending loop of screaming in silence. It's never just one simple explosion. It's always an entire fireworks show. Stolen balloons and kites ripped open. Stolen homes and bodies ripped open. Palestinian children are stuck inside prison cells crying out for their mothers. While colonizers cry wolf inside of my dead grandfather's home. What are you crying for? You keep convincing yourself that you are native to a land you don't know any loyalty for. Location unknown. I have to remind myself that I am not crazy, I am not crazy, I am not crazy. Oh, violent nation state. What is the truth of your nature today? Where do I exist today? Location unknown. I am lost inside the deepest, darkest parts of my mind, ready to unfold. I have been running in the circles of my despair for way too long today. My anger is blinding me today. My hunger is blinding me today. You are pushing me way past my limits here today. بتعرف قديش أنا بعاني لأهل وطني. The head of the snake. I am deep inside the belly of the beast. You do not mean peace talks. You mean surrendering. You mean destruction. You mean complete and utter annihilation. Your sword is at my neck. Is this where I exist today? Location unknown. Ras al-Hayya. Violent nation states dropping bombs justified by an alleged lack of human civility. There is a sword at my neck, forcing me to surrender, threatening to cut me dead if I am not to surrender. Thank you.
Give it up one more time for Rania! We're all here because we're fighting against injustice, but But what we're truly living for is expression and connection. And I think Rania did such a great job of reminding us of that. Thank you so much, Rania. Are folks excited to march? Yeah! It's coming up soon. But before we do, I want to introduce amazing essential workers, people who keep us alive. I'd like to introduce folks from the Illinois Nurses Association who just went on strike. Give it up for Kristen Perez!
Guys, they told me this morning to show up, and so I got on a divvy. So I'm just going to freestyle it for you for a minute. My name is Kristen Perez. I'm from the Illinois Nurses Association, and we represent 4,000 nurses across the state of Illinois, 1,700 of which are on strike down the block at the University of Illinois right now. We are healthcare workers who are fighting for our patients, our safety, our staffing, and a seat at the table in decision-making at the hospital where we do all the work. Healthcare workers don't get to walk away when there's a public health and safety crisis. You all know that the nurses were the ones who stood by their patients during the COVID pandemic, and nurses and healthcare workers in Gaza do the same to save the lives of those who are being bombed to bits in hospitals that are supposed to be sacred spaces of safety and healing. We believe that racism is a public health crisis, and so is genocide. The methods with which healthcare corporations seek to extract, exploit, and oppress us as workers here in Chicago, in Illinois, and in the U.S. are rooted in the same oppression, exploitation, and extraction tactics used against the Palestinian people of Gaza. So if any of you know a nurse, you know we don't know how to be silent. We will never stop advocating for our patients. And we see all the Palestinian people as our people. The Illinois Nurses Association is here to say, not in our name, never fucking again, and free Palestine! Yeah, all we got is... I just want a little chant since, you know, we're here. Let me get a Viva, Viva, Viva Palestina! Viva, Viva, Viva Palestina! Viva, Viva, Viva Palestina! Viva, Viva, Viva Palestina! Thank you very much.
Alrighty, it looks like we've got a lot of chants and we're almost ready to march. We've got a couple more speakers coming up, so let's give it up one last time for our fellow healthcare workers and Kristen Perez, who just came up here. Woo! Alrighty, up next, let's give a nice warm welcome to Cody Urban, the chair of the U.S. chapter of the International League of People's Struggles. The ILPS is a global alliance of 400 grassroots anti-imperialist people's organizations fighting for national and social liberation. Let's give it up one more time for Cody Urban.
All right, y'all still feeling energized? Then let's try another chant. So when I say long live, y'all gonna say international solidarity. Ready to try that one? All right, long live! International solidarity! Long live! International solidarity! Long live! International solidarity! That's right, make some noise for yourself for still being out here today. The International League of People Struggle, our U.S. country chapter of over 70 organizations, is proud to march alongside all of you today against the jokester charading DNC. My friends, we have to be really serious about the significance of us marching here today. The world has not been in this level of crisis in many of our lifetimes. The sheer depravity of what the Democrats and Republicans are willing to do to keep the U.S. as #1 superpower is clearly seen in the genocide that keeps going on in Palestine right now. And it could be only the beginning if these parties keep pushing us closer to the brink of all-out war. But of course, this has always been a war against the people. This has always been a war against workers. This has always been a war against oppressed nations. There is nothing the Democrats have to offer us, whether it's Biden, whether it's Kamala, or anyone else they're going to throw at us. Biden stood on the picket line of a strike, but he called striking railroad workers terrorists. Does that sound like a pro-worker party to you? Kamala stood at an abortion clinic, but the policies that her party is pushing is immiserating working families, the majority of women in the U.S. Does that sound like a pro-woman party to you? These solutions they're peddling are false solutions. There's no way to fix a profit-oriented system. There is no way to fix imperialism. The only solution we can push for is our movement building. It's what we can demand. So we're not here to tell you who to vote for. We're not here to tell you who not to vote for. Instead, we got to talk about what we're willing to fight for, because that is where true solutions come from. So ILPS is proud to march with all of you. We're pushing for a genuine people's platform. That is going to be what's going to get us past the false solutions of the Democrats and the Republicans. All power to all the people, and long live international solidarity. See you in the streets.
Give it up one more time for Cody Urban. All right. I'm proud to present the next speaker representing Chicago for abortion rights. Mandy Medley is an organizer who is a critical reproductive rights institution in this city. Mandy is also a worker owner at Pilsen Community Books, which publicly projects incredible displays of support for Palestine. So please give it up one more time for Mandy.
How y'all doing? Chicago for Abortion Rights is out here today because we refuse to allow the Democrats to use abortion rights and trans rights as a bargaining chip to force us to vote for their imperialist agenda. We refuse the liberal co-optation of the reproductive justice movement so they can tell us to vote blue no matter who. We reject Israel's pinkwashing, and we do not stand with the Zionist so-called feminists who celebrate their equal rights to blockade aid trucks and murder Palestinian families. We remember every single time Democrats promised to protect our right to bodily autonomy and utterly failed us. We know that there is no reproductive justice without Palestinian liberation, and we refuse to let the Democrats separate and divide our struggles. We refuse to vote for genocide. We will not be distracted by the electoral circus of our two-party system funded by corporations and billionaires. Another casualty of this absurd election cycle is our abortion funds, many of whom are losing funding because the wealthy liberal institutions who pledged money after the Democrats allowed Roe to fall have now pulled their money to give to Kamala's campaign. hindering thousands and thousands of Americans from getting the abortion care they need. Shame. We will continue to fund and support our abortion funds, which have been doing all they can to keep abortion accessible after the Democrats abandoned abortion rights on the national stage. And now, when it's too late, Kamala Harris and many other Democrats are making reproductive justice one of the pillars of their campaigns. But empty campaign promises do not provide abortion care to people in states with restrictive abortion bans. Empty campaign promises do not keep clinic doors open. Empty campaign promises do not stop our tax dollars from going to Israel's settler colonial project instead of materially and supporting families here in the U.S. Empty campaign promises do not stop the bombs from falling on thousands of families in Gaza. We don't want empty campaign promises. We want what the majority of Americans want: expanded access to reproductive and gender-affirming health care and support for families, and an end to U.S. arms exports to Israel. And we know that no matter who wins the election, we will show up in the streets day after day to make sure every person has the basic human right to reproductive and gender-affirming health care, and we will mobilize and organize day after day until the U.S. stops sending money and weapons to Israel and Palestine is free. Right. We cannot rely on the Democrats to deliver us our liberation. We will seize it ourselves. Real feminists know that our liberation is bound up with the liberation of all working class people fighting for justice and freedom all around the world, including and especially in Palestine. No one is free until everyone is free. Real power comes not from the politicians, but from the people, and the people say, "Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!" Thank you.
When women's rights are under attack, what do we do? When women's rights are under attack, what do we do? All right, let's give it up one last time for Mandy Medley. We are going to hear a couple more speakers, and then we got to go and make some noise. Let's give it up for Jo Hyun Park. He is speaking for the Naruto for Korean Community Development, an anti-imperialist operation of Koreans and others in the U.S. resisting war and division in Korea. Let's give it up for Jo Hyun Park.
Who is the revolution? Who is the revolution? Get up and take a stand! We're taking back the land! We're taking back the land! We're taking back the land! Comrades, what a privilege it is to stand with you here today! I know you're hot, but we're going to keep on fighting! We, Naruto, are a national organization of anti-imperialist Koreans. We have fought to expose U.S. imperialism in Korea for 25 years. We came all the way from New York and California to march with you here today because as conscious and progressive Korean people, we fully support the Palestinian liberation struggle for self-determination across every inch of historic Palestine. From the river to the sea is not just a chant, it's a promise. Today in Gaza, we're seeing the twisted face of U.S. imperialism exposed before the entire world. And as Korean people, this is a face we know well, because since 1945, when the U.S. military invaded our country and divided our land, they have been at war against the Korean people. Shame! And every day since the U.S. invaded our country,
Our people have struggled for liberation. And still, despite paying the costs of millions of lives, we continue to resist. Because there is nothing more precious than liberation. Right now, as we speak, the U.S. military is conducting the Ulji Freedom Shield War Games in Korea. This is one of the largest war exercises on Earth. While the public in the U.S. is distracted by the spectacle of the DNC, the U.S. military is dropping bombs on Korea. They are rehearsing for the invasion of North Korea with tens of thousands of troops. And what's more, these war games are also nuclear war exercises. Right now, the U.S. military is conducting nuclear scenarios in Korea. And just a few weeks ago, the U.S. and South Korea held their first ever war exercise, reviewing how they would deploy a U.S. nuclear weapon to strike Korea. We want to invite you all to join the U.S. Out of Korea campaign. Open up your phone, go to usoutofkorea.org, and we have one last chant we want to teach you all. Repeat after me. End the war games, leave our land. U.S. out is our demand. End the war games, leave our land. U.S. out is our demand. Thank you.
Give it up for Nulatón! We're so close to getting this march launched. Are y'all ready? All right. I am proud to introduce our final speaker from the National Students for a Democratic Society, Khalid Ahmad Hamu. Is an Ethiopian-American organizer with SDS in Denver. And since October, the Denver SDS has been organizing a divestment from genocide campaign. And at the end of April, it joined student organizations across the U.S. and the world to set up an encampment that lasted for 22 days. Give it up for Kamala!
Alright guys, hold on. I'm going to switch to the microphone. One second. Alright, we got Tina here. Hold on one second. I'm going to switch to the microphone.
Testing. Is it working? Hey, Status Coup family, Tina Desiree Berg here at the DNC first day. We are at the March on the DNC rally right now. They're going to start marching towards the DNC in a minute. But we wanted to come outside, try to interview some of the folks that are out there. While John has been covering these wonderful speeches all day, I have been at the perimeter filming some various things that have happened. There's been a few little scuffles, nothing serious. We had a small group of Zionists at the far end that remained entirely peaceful. Nothing happened there. We had a group of street preachers, which are sort of right-wing extremists. They were arguing with some of the Palestinian protesters for a little while. We did have a neo-fascist who was holding up a sign that had a swastika on it and a lot of racist verbiage. She was basically standing there telling people that both sides were wrong, that she wanted to have what she called separate but equal nationalities. Everybody had their own nation state, so to speak. She had told a black journalist that white people were oppressed. So this kind of nonsense. But there's only one of her. She was by herself. She left after a while. No violence broke out. So now I want to take you guys around so you can see how many people here. There's about, I would say, 1,000 to 1,100 individuals that are here protesting today at this rally. You've got various groups. You've got Jewish Voice for Peace. You've got the NK, which are the Orthodox rabbis. You've got the Palestinian Youth Movement. You have several unions that are here. There's a group from some abortion rights committee, etc. I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of various different small groups that are here today. So let's start walking through and hopefully we'll be able to interview some folks. So, got you. All right, so I wanted to walk over here. As you can see, people are starting to sort of coordinate into their groups to get ready to march. This is Code Pink.
Other Status Coup people here?
Yeah.
Who else is here?
I'm here.
Anybody else?
Jordan is not here.
Okay. Jordan has been texting me like nonstop about this book, and if you talk to him, tell him that you saw Sam at Democracy Now. And
I know that. Oh my God! I never met you in person.
Of saying we are not going to are you on the list? Have any real teeth to it. And so we're saying we want action.
He has been texting me nonstop.
Well, I think for the rest of the world to see how corrupt our own system here in the United States. It's not democracy when money is going to determine who gets elected. It's not democracy when the two major parties have positions.
Hi, everybody on Status Coup. Sorry, I'm talking with the Democracy Now! Producers. They are interested in Jordan's new book that's coming out, obviously. But I'll be talking, hopefully, with Medea Benjamin with Code Pink here in a minute as soon as she's done with this interview. And she'll tell us a little bit about the anti-war stuff that's going on. Hey, Medea, can you... All right. So Medea Benjamin is here. Code Pink, you guys obviously have a very large anti-war presence here at the March on the DNC. What are some of your goals for today?
Our goals are to send a message over to that convention center where the delegates are meeting, where they're going to be hearing from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And we want them to know that they do not represent the majority of people in this country, and they certainly don't represent the majority of Democrats. And we think that our voices are actually the voices of the majority. And it's been way too long that our policies have been captured by moneyed interests, whether it's groups like AIPAC or groups like Christians United for Israel or the military-industrial complex that loves to keep us in conflicts. And the American people don't need that, don't want that.
Indeed. So there's been very little movement in the last 6 or 7 years when it was finally discussed on the DNC platform about let's talk about the Israel-Palestine problem. And I think you're right. Majority of Democrats do want, in the very least, a ceasefire. They often frame it as a Jewish versus non-Jewish conversation, which is not accurate. There are plenty of Jewish people that want an end to the ceasefire, and many indeed that aren't even Zionists. Do you think it's solely the money that's keeping the Democratic Party from doing this, A? And then secondly, do you think there's been going to be a movement more to the left on this issue with Kamala Harris versus Biden? Biden has said repeatedly that he's a dyed-in-the-wool Zionist.
Yeah, I think it's partially the money. It's also a mindset that has been in our system for decades now, that Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. It's our only ally in the Middle East. And on these trips that AIPAC organizes to take all these members of Congress, they see that one-sided view that Israel wants them to see, and they come back thinking, There's really no problem in Israel. The problem is these Arabs that are so violent. So, Joe Biden comes from a real old-fashioned Zionist mindset that is out of step with the young people. Kamala Harris, we have more of a chance to reach her, I think. So that's, part of our message here is to say to Kamala Harris, not only is it the moral policy, the politically correct policy, but it's the only policy future-looking that will not lead to another regional crisis.
No, you're not wrong. A lot of that conversation has to do with generations, right? The older generation, my generation, your generation. Zionism was never questioned, especially even in the progressive Jewish communities, right? It's not until you actually learn about some of the history where you kind of go, that's not what I was told. And now the kids have access, obviously, to the internet and other data. So I think that's an accurate assessment.
Absolutely. I mean, I was brought up in a Jewish family and sent to live on a kibbutz when I was 16 years old and told that, this is the Jews are the people who made the desert bloom. And it took me a while to realize that, So now we know the truth, but the young people, as you say, they're getting the truth every day on their social media.
They indeed are. I guess, okay, you guys, thank you for talking with us, Medea. Appreciate that. All right, so the march is starting. We are going to follow part of the march, I think. All right, so let's get in the street here with the marchers. Hopefully we have enough battery to get some of this in, right? Okay. It's been a long stream. So now you're going to see the extent of how many people are here because all the groups are going to start to line up. But I would say there's about 1,100 more, you'd say, at this point. I've been in the...
Close to 5,000.
Oh, all right. So it's been growing all day. I know I was out earlier and it was probably smaller.
This truck right now.
Where is Chuck Modi? There is Chuck Modi. Let's talk to Chuck Modi. Status Coup friend of the show.
They should be known as the GNC. We're here from DC to march on the DNC, but it should be called the GNC. Thank you.
Chuck Modi, how are you? You can join us too if you'd like.
Great.
All right, so Chuck and John have to say
John Farina. I'm sorry, am I allowed to brag on y'all?
Yes.
Yes, Status Coup is here. Last time Status Coup, when we got together, I think we were Stop Cop City. And I'll be honest, I don't see a big difference. And if you know what's going on, you know these cop cities that they're building in America, they are lab testing in Gaza. Lab testing, Palestinian tested, and they're bringing the tactics back. They're doing exchange programs. And so I see this as one of the same. So I'm going to shut up now. Go ahead.
You're not going to shut up. I just want to clarify for some folks that don't understand what you're talking about, maybe, background-wise. So the IDF is... Actually, John, turn around and get some of this video.
Yeah, get that video, John.
As I'm talking, get some of this beautiful video. The IDF trains local law enforcement in many of the cities. So the reference to that and how that ties in with the cop city in Atlanta is part of... the way that's being built is sort of modeled on that IDF trained local cops formula.
That's right. That's right. And a lot of people don't get it. First of all, the first number one reason you want to be against genocide is because it's genocide. The number two is because the United States is funding genocide. That's the second reason. But let's say you're really selfish. Let's say you're one of those, well, how's it affecting me? Well, it's our taxpayer dollars. And let's say you're not moved by that. Okay, what is happening in Gaza is going to happen in America, and in fact is already happening in America. And if you don't believe me, talk to the folks in Atlanta who've been experiencing this for 20 years with the Gilly program, which is an exchange program where the police officers in the United States go to the Israel, and the IDF teaches them how to treat black and brown people and eventually poor white people more like Palestinians, how to surveil them, how to curtail them, how to imprison them. And that is only going to get greater as more than 69 cop cities have plans to be built, even though crime is down. So if you're not up on this, what I'm saying might sound crazy, but if you're up on it, this is what's the future of America.
Our viewers are definitely up on it because we've covered this. Okay. And also we've been down in Atlanta a couple of times now. Let me ask you this, Chuck. Do you think Kamala Harris now being the nominee is going to move the needle on which way the DNC goes on this issue of a ceasefire? We have a new offer that's on the table, but it's kind of ridiculous because there's Netanyahu will not agree to stopping the bombing, so that's not a ceasefire deal. Yet they're turning around and saying that the Palestinians aren't coming to the table to negotiate. Why should they negotiate? So where do you see Kamala Harris walking into this? Does it change any of the conversation, any of the...
I think we have to have a cool look at the past, an objective look at the past. The greatest predictor of the past, we got the crowd coming in, is the greatest predictor of the future is the past. $5 million Kamala Harris gets from AIPAC. We've seen what she's doing. $5 million. We've seen her stand by Israel unconditionally. There's no reason, and there's nothing in the past where Kamala Harris has indicated she'll be any different than Joe Biden. Hope is not a strategy. I'm going to say that again. Hope is not a strategy. You have to look at the facts. And the facts tell you she will be the same way Biden has. The Biden two-step is say something on Monday that's empathizing, and then on Tuesday send them more money. Say something Wednesday that's empathizing, and on Thursday veto a UN ceasefire deal. So we know the deal. Only the most gullible have hope where none should exist.
Indeed. So they're getting ready to start the march. Oh, wait. So apparently the march is in the front. Look at how big this is. All right, we're going to walk to the front. Absolutely hundreds and hundreds of people here. So
I love it. I need to find me a high spot. I could do something John can't get on a high spot. Find me a high spot. Oh, that's good.
All right, guys, we're going to move to the front of the march. We're going to get through the crowd. Do not forget, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern, Jordan will be in the studio with a whole bunch of guests doing the Mega DNC show.
we're trying to make our way to the front. All right, let's go around to the other side. All right, we're going to try to make our way to the front of the march. All right, so it looks like they're all starting. We're going to get up here and start out here.
Redneck support Palestine.
No, what's that?
Redneck support Palestine.
Oh, I missed it. All right, so here we are at the front of the march. Is that Chicago police or safety?
That's Chicago police, that's safety.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, there's a large contingent of police officers on the left up here. I'm not sure. I believe that the proposed route has been approved by the city. It's been sort of off-routed from where the main drag is in front of the DNC convention. Some complaints have been that there's too many people here to fit on the side streets, and that could pose a problem. Hopefully that doesn't end up being a flashpoint.
All this madness has to stop.
a cop. All this madness has to stop. Kamala Harris is a cop. All this madness has to stop. Kamala Harris is a cop. All this madness has to stop. Kamala Harris is a cop. All this madness has to stop. Kamala Harris is a cop. All this madness has to stop. Kamala Harris is a cop. All this madness has to stop. Kamala Harris is a cop. All this madness has to stop.
So they're referring to Kamala Harris's background as a prosecutor in the state of California, which is why they're chanting Kamala Harris is a cop. As Attorney General, oh, we're going back the other way now. Oh, we were the front apparently. Now I'm so confused. All right, guys, bear with us. All right, so we're working our way to the front of the protest, which is apparently where we were before. A large Free Palestine banner right here on the right. How do we get around the police here? Holy shit. Okay. All right, so they're marching forward now. We've got police blocking out the side street here, trying to keep everybody in this one lane. I guess this is the front of the protests. Are you guys waiting for them to march, or are you directing them a different way? You don't know? You're not in on that meeting?
I don't think they'll let them march.
Wait, why wouldn't they let them march? They have a permit. Not sure what's happening here. We'll wait to see what's happening. It sounds like they might be rerouting the marchers, or no, they're letting them go this way, I guess.
You want to ask them to get in here? Okay.
Are we allowed to enter this area, or do we have to wait till they go by?
Yeah, go.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, wait. Wait till he moves. Bikes make great barricades. Who knew? Thank you. All right.
All right, they're marching.
They are marching. Okay, so we are going to start the marching. We have Secret Service here at the front of the march, and we have police officers lining both sides. Yeah. Okay, Joan, where'd you go? Oh. All right, so this is the front of the march right now. Obviously, there's a lot of press people here in addition to the protesters. But as we saw a minute ago, you have some Secret Service officers up there. We have Chicago police lining the two sides of the street. Obviously, a very large crowd here today. You want to try to get closer? All right.
I gotta follow my people.
Hey, hey.
Are you even a cop?
All right, again, we're looking at the very front of the march on the DNC. There's about 1,100 protesters here today. John, can you see the front of the banner okay?
We won't pay for
Hang on,
the
hang.
slaughter. Not a penny, not a dollar. We won't pay for the slaughter.
Keep it going. Keep it going. Back it up. Back it up.
We won't pay for
Just to get an idea of how many press people here, there's about 3 feet of press before the start of the march. They're barely able to move forward.
What do we do? When Gaza is under attack, what do we do? When Gaza is under attack, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? When black lives are under attack, what do we do? What do we do? When black lives are under attack, what do we do? What do we do? When workers' rights are under attack, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Free, free Palestine!
All right, so it's quite a crush up there. I just walked up there to get a shot of the front of the banner. There's at least, I don't know, the press is 4 feet deep, which is not usual for a march. So the police are moving along with the protests. As the protesters go by, they move the bikes up to keep people off the sidewalk, I'm guessing.
Shut it down! Shut it down!
If you're just joining us on Status Coup, we are live at the March on DNC. We listened to a few hours of speeches earlier, and now they are starting their march towards the DNC through many side streets. There's about 1,100 protesters here today, and a lot of press. You'll see the whole front section here is about 3 feet worth of press. Sorry.
We won't take it anymore! This is genocide, not war! We won't take it anymore! We won't take it anymore! This is genocide, not war!
There's a guy. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I got. Oh, sorry.
Keep moving.
Yeah, I got you. I'm trying.
Come on, y'all. Keep moving. Keep moving.
Yeah, I got you.
Keep moving. Justice is our demand! Justice is our demand! No peace on stolen land! No peace on stolen land! Justice is our demand! Justice is our demand! No peace on stolen land! 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 If we don't get no justice! If we don't get no justice! Then they don't get no peace! Then they don't get no peace! If we don't get no justice! If we don't get no justice! Then they don't get no peace! Then they don't get no peace! No justice, no peace! No justice, no peace! No justice, no peace! No justice, no peace! And the occupation now! And the occupation now! And the occupation now! And the occupation now! And the siege on Gaza 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 now! Not another nickel! Not another dime! No more bombing Palestine! Not another nickel! Not another dime! No more bombing Palestine! No more bombing Palestine! No more bombing Palestine! No more bombing Palestine! We are here because it's time! We are here because it's time!
Sorry. All right, I'll reboot it.
Okay, John, I don't know where you are. I can't find you. This crowd is so ridiculously large. Oh, there you are. Hi, John. There's a few folks here that have abandoned Harris 24 signs.
Free Palestine! Hey, Kamala, you can't hide! It's your human genocide!
I'm behind you, John.
It's your human genocide!
So we are kind of stuck here at the front of the protest. I would like to go back and give you a longer view of how long this march is, but it's about 1,100 people. But because they have the police bikes on each side, we can't if we left, we wouldn't be able to get back in. So we're just going to go along in the front here, covering this.
Assignment for them in February, and they're like, well, this is what you got, so gotta hustle, freelancers. I feel like I'm trying to get up close, get the pictures, and get out so somebody else can.
Yep.
We won't pay for
If you like what you're seeing here on Status Coup today, we would love to have you join as a member. $5 a month is what supports our journalism. It what pays for the trips to all the locations we go to, including the DNC. Last year, we went to Atlanta Cop City. We went to the UAW strike line. Jordan did a couple trips to Michigan to promote his book on the water poisoning, We the Poisoned. So all of that is funded by members like you. We do not take corporate sponsorship of any kind. Or if you can, we'll take your super chats. We will definitely read the super chats at the end of the stream. Unless we run out of battery, of course. Hi, Jeremy.
Lindenfeld.
Do you want to talk to us? No? My friend Jeremy's here, who used to work at Spectrum, but now is a radical, independent guy. You're here from Capital Maine?
Well, not here, but in Chicago.
Okay. You're right. All right, so we're now at the intersection of Washington Boulevard and Paulina Street, headed towards where the DNC is being hosted. There's about 1,100 marches here. We listened to speeches early today that went about 3 hours long.
So now, Billy, take Chris's back and guide him, just making sure that he's not about to hit anything.
We've got some green smoke.
U.S. war machine! No justice, no peace! No justice, no peace! No justice, no peace! No justice, no peace!
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Guys, don't...
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
I don't know. All right, now we can get through.
Free Palestine!
It's getting a little crowded over here.
Not another nickel! Not another dime! Not another nickel! Not another dime! No more bombing Palestine! No more bombing Palestine! Not another nickel! Not another dime! No more money for it!
I'm not sure. There's some police. I don't know if they're rerouting anything or what's happening.
Killing children, dads, and moms! Genocide Joe is sending bombs! Media behind the speaker! Killing children, dads, and moms!
I lost John again. Crap.
Free Palestine! Ethnic cleansing is a crime! Free Palestine!
Okay.
Keep it moving! Free Palestine!
It's an absolute crush up here, yeah.
Guys, give me 1 second. I gotta change the battery in the camera.
Okay, we're changing the battery. Stay with us.
From the river to the sea. Palestine is almost free.
What? Yep.
All right, guys, we got the battery changed. We're good to go. We're moving forward slowly still. Wait, you want us?
We want all the 40 years.
I don't know. I believe this crowd is much too long for these narrow streets. That's becoming kind of obvious, honestly. Which was one of the main complaints with the organizers with the city when they were pulling the permit. They rerouted the march to the smaller side street, and the organizers were concerned that that would be a problem because of the amount of people here. I think that's a valid concern.
We want you guys to take pictures. We want you to take videos. Trust me. But please respect the march. You'll have a chance to take it. When the marchers tell you to move back, please move back. Thank you.
All right, so they're asking the media to step back. There's a lot of media here. It's about 3 feet thick, and that is hindering the marchers from getting forward because everybody's trying to get to the front to get photos and videos. And everybody wants to jockey for the best spot to do that, so it's becoming a bit of an issue. All right, so the safety crew is now separating the front of the march with the media to try to get some clearance space. John, I got you. I've got your back. John's walking backwards, so I'm going to be his eyes right now. If you're just joining us on Status Coup News, this is Tina Desiree Berg. I am reporting live on the ground at the march for the DNC. We just listened to... Guys, you're going to have to move forward. They're pushing us. You're going to have to move forward, bro, faster. They're pushing us. No, they're pushing all of us. That's what we got to keep.
The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated.
All right. Oh, let's go this way. All right, so they're pushing us to the right. Oh.
Polisler geniş güvenlik önlemleri alıyorlar. Zaman zaman
All right, so we're coming around a corner now.
Gelişmeleri takip ediyor. Biz de
Yeah, that's where they wanted to go. It's average like New York does like they look big. Yeah, they are. We
in the crowd. They're really good.
We've got a gal in the front that has been chanting passionately. John's showing her right now. Lots of joy and exuberance as she chants. I wish we could find a higher perch so people could see the extent of this. I feel like we're so close we're getting crushed out, but... All right, I'm going to keep my eyes peeled for a perch. Maybe I can get John up on so we can maybe get a bird's eye view of how big this march is. Again, it's about 1,100 people by our guesstimate.
I think more.
You think more now?
Yeah.
What were you saying? Yeah, you guys were saying like 4,000 or some shit, actually.
4,000.
That's what Chuck was saying. Okay, so when I was here early in the first come, it was not that big, but that would make sense. I mean, there's a lot of people here. All right, so we're making another turn here on Maypole.
Let me see if I can stand up somewhere.
Okay, let's try to find... There must be a spot. This guy's standing on something over here.
Thank you very
Oh, they're telling him to get down. Oh, yeah, that's a little dangerous. Not that we wouldn't do it. I mean, not that we wouldn't do it. He called the police officer a party pooper. That was kind of funny. He was trying to get up there to perch and get a good shot. Where... So we have the organizers talking with the police, head of Bureau Patrol. They're trying to, keep things relatively calm so that they have a safe march. Coming around the corner.
Hey, it's Rob.
Oh, is Dr. West here? We should get an interview with him if we can.
I found my high point.
Wait, oh, you got it already?
Hey,
I went to the scaffolding and then they...
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Is it too far back to go up there?
Well, they asked me to come down.
Oh, shit.
But I got my... I played it like I ignored him for a while. Like I didn't hear him.
It's hard to get the extent of how big this march is from this.
It is. That's one thing I don't like when marches do a lot of turns. Because you don't get that long
Yeah.
shot. But it is big. I'm the worst at, projecting size amounts, but we can say thousands.
I wonder if there's any stairs further down. All right, Chuck, our friend of the show, Chuck Modi, is going to see if he can find some stairs for us to perch on so you guys can get...
Talk about Tina
With Abandon Harris?
Where? Yeah, I saw that. Do you want to see if she wants to do an interview?
Yeah. Tell her we can walk. There is 3.
Wait till she comes now. They're going to push us back. The police in the front of the line are coming. This is like a little tiny can. Let's see. Let me see if I can get her on the other side.
See Jordan's.
Yeah, you know what? Jordan just sent me a reminder, and I actually had forgotten about that. So Laquan McDonald, this is the same police department that covered up his murder. What was that, back in 2016, I believe? In fact, there's a consent decree on the department. I'm not sure if there's been any movement on that, but they seemed relatively mild today so far. We'll see if that holds. Yesterday you were at a protest. Was there any issues?
No issues.
All right, so the march seems to have stopped here for a moment. Where's that gal? We can see if I can. Oh, she's still.
Right there.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to see if we can interview this abandoned Harris 24 individual. And Chuck Modi's back with us. Chuck.
Yes, Tina.
What are your thoughts? Man of the street.
Well, women of the street, a man of the street over here. I think this is an amazing outpouring calling for a free Palestine, and it really doesn't matter who is the leader if they're going to commit genocide. And it's hard to get worse than genocide, so I think we have to look at the moral aspect of what people are talking about in these streets. And voting for genocide once, if you really think about it, is voting for genocide forever. It's an acceptance that genocide is okay, and the people here are saying it's not okay.
Let me ask you this. We've had some Democrats that are willing to say, you know, yes, there needs to be a ceasefire. Yes, children and women are being bombed. It's not okay. Let's, talk about that. Kamala Harris was like, I hear you to the anti-war individuals. I do want to do something about this. Yet, Chuck, they turn around and they approve massive arms sales.
That's right.
So that seems like a contradiction to me. What are your thoughts on that?
Of course it's a contradiction. We call it the Biden two-step. On Monday, Biden has empathy, and on Tuesday, he sends arms. On Wednesday, Biden has empathy, and on Thursday, there's a UN veto that only the United States is stopping the ceasefire that the world wants, and including 153 countries. So the language of politicians is not your words. The language of politicians is your budget and your policies, and we have to be very clear about that. So, I hear this criticism that is said, well, what conditions do you want to fight under? The problem is we've had the last 4 years and we were told we want to fight under Biden conditions, but people didn't fight. That's the problem. The very people saying what condition you want to fight under aren't fighting. They're cheerleading.
Right. Another thing that isn't getting any discussion that I think needs to be discussed is how many of the Israeli hostages have been killed needlessly, in my opinion, because of the refusal of the Netanyahu administration to actually do some negotiating of any kind. There's a thing called the Hannibal Directive. I don't want to get deep in that right now, but that is a directive that basically says that Israeli hostages should be killed by the IDF if they're taken hostage before they have a chance to be taken hostage, interrogated, and give up state secrets or information that they think is sensitive. That's a very extreme position. I can't even imagine anyone in the United States agreeing that that is something that our army should do.
Well, I think we have to be clear. Anytime someone's on social media and they say free the hostages, what they don't know is there have been at least 15 times, and I'm probably underestimating because that was a month ago, that there was a hostage deal in place. And in all 15 times, Israel rejected the deal, even after they put forward the deal, even after the United States said okay on the deal. And this goes back to October. And the reason that is that Israel does not care about the hostages.
Are you filming us now? Yep. Oh, we thought you were on the march.
The reason that is that Israel doesn't care about the hostages, but don't take that from me. Take that from Israelis who are protesting in the street.
So, part of that conversation, too, is that Netanyahu is facing charges of corruption. Yeah. So he obviously has a motivation to stay in charge of this administration, in charge of the government as long as he can, because when that ends, it will be his time to get face those corruption charges. Yeah. I also want to bring up the fact that this particular administration has been absolutely captured by right-wing extremists. Ben Gvir is part of the Israeli settler group. He is associated with the Hebron group, the Hilltop Youth, and whatever else. And these are individuals that have sort of a messianic viewpoint of the West Bank. They believe all the land belongs to Israel. That's not up for debate with them. So they're obviously looking to take land grabs. I think that a lot of American media doesn't want to have any sort of nuanced conversation about these things. And but I do think it's important to discuss this because many leftist Jews, not only here in the United States, but in Israel, bring this stuff up and they have a problem with it. They protest it, but that gets ignored every time, right? Because it's geopolitically inconvenient. That's right. For any government administration, whether it's a Republican, whether it's a Democrat, it's inconvenient for them to have that as part of the conversation. It's much easier if they're able to say, we're pro-Israel, that means we're pro-Jewish. And, that's what they say. And, let's marry these two words together. And if you criticize the state of Israel, you're being anti-Semitic. We have a situation in New York that John can speak about where a Jewish journalist is now being charged with a hate crime simply for filming. He did not participate in the protest, for filming the protests. Yeah. This feels anti-Semitic to me.
It is anti-Semitic. And listen, I'm one of many Jews in these streets, and I used to be a liberal Jew, and then I did my work. I did my homework. I used to say there's atrocities on both sides, and in 2014, I started looking at the math, and I saw 1,500 civilians killed who are Palestinian versus 6 who are Israeli, and that was the beginning of my personal awakening, a Jewish awakening that I see many people have been having the last 10 months. And what that means is if you're over 25 years old and you are Jewish, it's a 99% chance you've been lied to, like I was lied to. I ain't calling my parents liars. I'm saying they were lied to. And I thought that Jews descended on desert land and had kibbutzes and built something beautiful on desert land. I know it's a Nakba now. And now we have a Nakba 75 years later, and we have to be real about it. And if you're like me and you were indoctrinated and you have an awakening, then it is our job as Jews to call that out, because you've probably seen a lot of these shirts that say not in our name. And that's my personal feeling, not in my name. I was raised on Holocaust movies, and I'm damn sure not going to see another Holocaust at a smaller scale in my name. So Jews should be the first one out, and we have thousands of Jews in these streets, and just because we ain't on CNN doesn't mean we're not out here. So don't let them lie to you and tell you anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. That's garbage.
I got nothing to add to that.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
But yes. All right, we're gonna change the battery on the mic. Hold on for 1 second. Stay tuned with us. We are live at the march for the DNC.
I need a high spot.
I would like to find a high spot.
Test.
Testing 1 2 testing. We're good. All right, we got the battery changed. The march is now moving forward again. If you're just joining us, this is the march on the DNC. We listened to the speeches earlier today, a couple hours worth. What's our count? 4,000, 5,000? I've been saying 1,100 because that's what it was earlier, but it's grown massively. All right, so John and Chuck are saying 4,000. I'm going to go with their number, not mine. It is very, very crowded. So far, no issues with the police. They have been accompanying the marchers with their bikes. Yes. Oh. So we're talking with a gal now that has an abandoned Harris 24 sign. I know we were at the press conference for this earlier today. Oh, right on. So what are absolutely. What are your thoughts on all this?
We don't see that change comes with Harris or in November. I think we're looking to the long term, how we can change the system from the power from the politician to the power to the people. I think that's the main thing.
So it's mainly a systemic problem, right? No matter which party is in charge, this issue can't be touched at all. I do think I'm 53 now, I think that we're having more conversations about this today than we've ever had in my lifetime. I'm not saying that's enough. Look what's happening in Gaza right now. Kamala Harris has been saying things like, I hear you anti-war folks, I'm not ignoring you. Do you feel like that's just lip service?
Yep. I believe this is just a lip service. I think she will keep serving herself and the people around her, not the people of America. She sent actually a powerful message by approving $20 billion to Israel.
I was just going to ask you that. They keep saying, we hear you, whatnot, but then they approved $20 billion in arms sales. And if they actually did hear you, they wouldn't be doing that, right? At some point, they'd be saying, this is a bridge too far. Again, it's geopolitically inconvenient for them to do that. I don't think Kamala Harris is entirely unaware of what's going on in Gaza. She knows full well that children are being killed, women are being killed, civilians are being killed. Even Israeli hostages have been killed by these bombs. My question is, where does the DNC finally say that that's a bridge too far? I feel like there's no bridge.
Absolutely, and this is here when the American realize and the whole world realize that changing it's right now. We're building that change, so later on our children will continue this movement and build on it to have a fair system for all the American citizen without interfere from a foreign country in our election.
Right. Other question would be, there's a big contingent of people that want to say, yes, it's a lesser evil, it's always a lesser evil, but what choice do we have? Trump would be worse. So, and then you have another faction that basically says, yes, but if we keep voting for lesser evil, we end up with entirely nothing but lesser evils, and they keep getting worse. How do we break that cycle?
Actually, we are breaking the cycle right now. That's the movement. Have you ever, the movement in America, for years, the American people got so comfortable that they want to just, which one, the less evil I'm going to choose. No, today we're saying we are not accepting that. We're going to change that by... Listen, I don't know another party, but this is something for the American to decide what's the best system for them to have a profits, a system in the community that benefit us, that have a better health care, have a better education. Listen, I come from Jerusalem. I was born, raised there. In Jerusalem, Palestinian, Christian, and Muslim are not allowed to be citizens, only Jews. So I did not have the privilege to have equal education or health care or even vote. I don't have that, like the black community. So I can belong to the black community. Have any one of us imagine the segregation will be ending in America? Nobody. Have anyone?
It just becomes a different form of segregation. Let me ask you this. Trump moved the embassy. I feel like, for people that aren't aware of this, Trump moved the embassy to an occupied area in the West Bank of Jerusalem. This has been a hot spot for illegal settlements for a very long time. A lot of Palestinian natives have had their homes taken from them. So him doing that, I feel like was like, I can't even find the words right now. I feel like this was the ultimate flashpoint in many ways. Biden has done nothing to undo that policy, obviously. I feel like that's what happens every time. One party does something that egregious, and then the other party just lets it lay there, and that's something that is given up permanently. And I want to ask you this. The occupied West Bank has seen a lot of violence from Israeli settlers in the last few months. And these are very radicalized groups like the Hilltop Youth. These are children that grew up as the children of settlers. They have sort of this messianic viewpoint of the land. Do you have family that's still there in the West Bank? How are they?
Actually, they are worried, but at the same time, they are optimistic. They are very happy to see all the movement, all the world, the changing coming. Yes, they are a little fear because the settlement, unfortunately, they go break to your house, they steal everything, even shoot you. They arm them right now. So raping the prisoners. Did you see the raping? Nobody even shake about that. So I think this is what called...
That they tried to break into the prison where the IDF soldier that had been accused of raping was, and tried to break him out. These are right-wing extremists inside.
Not just extremists. These are the terrorists trying to terrorize. They terrorize the Palestinian citizen. We're talking about citizen. What do you have in Palestine, occupied Palestine, in West Bank? I'm in my house, in my territory. Why will you come attack me, kill me, burn even a whole family?
Yes. Let's talk about that. So for folks that don't know about this, there was a small boy, his name was Ali, this was a settlement outside of Hebron, I believe, correct? Sorry. So the Hilltop Youth were throwing Molotov cocktails into the homes of Palestinians. The Hilltop Youth, these are groups that have settlements that are considered illegal even by Israeli standards. So all of the settlements are illegal by international UN standards. These particular settlements are illegal by Israeli standards. That's how bad they are. So this one group of young teens, they were throwing Molotov cocktails into various homes. One of the houses burned down, but there was a baby inside that was burned alive. One of the worst things I've ever seen in my life, I don't know if you saw this video, some of the Hilltop Youth were at the trial of the two that got arrested for doing it, and they were chanting in Hebrew, "Ollie's on the barbecue." There's no excuse for something like that.
They also burned another family while they are sleeping, and the whole family died burning. This is in West Bank, by the way, years ago, and only one survived kid. His name is Muhammad that survived that. And it's protected by the Israeli terrorist forces. You know, I call them ITF, not IDF. Also, the community, they're trying to protect the rapists. What kind of value is this community tells you?
Guys, start going into the park.
Right. So what are some of the other things that you've seen that you think Americans need to know about? We just spoke. We're getting instructions from the police to go this way, I guess. Wait, what? We're going through the park? Is that what you... All right, so we're going to go over to the park, but I would like to give you the opportunity to share maybe some other stories, because this is stuff that does not get discussed in our media, but I think Americans need to know about it.
Absolutely. Have you heard about the doctor that got married recently in Gaza? She was very excited. She's going to have a twin. She even posted that on Facebook. The Israeli terrorist forces decide we're going to bomb her house only. Only her apartment was bombed after she had her baby 4 days. The dad went to get some certification, the birth certification. He came back, found all his family dead, his wife, his twin, and the mother-in-law. All of them are dead. Only in Gaza, the birth and the death certification, you get them at the same time.
This was in Gaza, not the West Bank?
This is like 1 week ago. Just 1 week ago. In West Bank also, it reminded me with the Emetel story. There is another Muhammad, he's 14 years old. He was walking, going to pray, in the morning early. Israeli settlers, they kidnapped him, put him in a car, took him to a forest. They tied him to the tree, they burned him alive. And no accountability. By the way, America also needs to know all the rapists in America, they go under a law called return law. They go to Israel. What kind of values here? What kind of message does that send you? That's what occupation look like. Segregation, rapist, starvation, bombing house. There is no safety, whether in Palestine, in West Bank or Gaza, for the Palestinian, if they don't protect themselves, who's going to protect them? America, the one they funding, and not just complicit, but I will say they are part of this genocide. So my message is that we need to end sending weapons, not just for Israel, but to other countries. We should stop colonize other countries by sending weapons. We need to end the military machine that profiting our politicians so they can get more richer, and our community will get more poor, less. But look at the education nowadays. It's going down, our education, healthcare, the homelessness, the veteran, the one they go serve and they come back, they are homeless. Very sad, very sad. But on the positive side, we are making the change. The people that they never lived an oppressed situation, an occupation, doesn't know how movement look like. When they see the fruit and the history, remember all of this, you're going to see all of this in the books.
Well, that's the game changer, isn't it? I think this generation has access to information that older generations never had access to. They see the actual videos of coming out of the West Bank from, B'Tselem, the human rights organization, is constantly publishing, and others, right? So they see that it's undeniable at this point.
And what actually always comes to my mind is how come the Christian in here are not supporting their Christian brother and sister in Palestine? They just bombed the church, the oldest church in Gaza. How you're not supporting them? You have the Afro-Palestinian in Jerusalem. We are hand to hand. We were actually protesting peacefully. I don't understand, to be honest, why churches are silent. If you are claiming you're a person of faith, where is your faith to speak about what happened? Jesus, the one came from Bethlehem, the Palestinian Jesus. Where are you at? Will he accept what's happening? Will he say something? May peace be upon him.
No, there was a group of Christians, street preachers here earlier today, and I asked one of them because they were saying, Sharia this, Sharia that. I said, do you realize that a big chunk of Palestinian population is actually Christian historically and still are? What about them? And he said, I don't want to talk to you.
Of course, truth hurts, Facts sometimes comes as an attack to them. We have actually Palestinian pastor going around to educate the churches. But again, I was talking to some of actually the one running for election, and one of them, he said, because actually the church also, unfortunately, controlled by Zionists, where the preach will be limited to what to say and afraid to be called anti-Semitic, which is we Arab, we are Semitic. How could you? How dare you even to call me anti-Semitic?
It also implies that all Jewish people are Zionists, which is not the case. There are so many variant degrees within the community that exists. So it's very problematic, but the Israeli government knows this. That's why they do it. It adds sort of a Teflon coating for them to, get away with what they want to get away with, because if they don't like something, that's what they say. And I think actually they hold the most rage for the lefty Jews that come out and protest, because they see them as what they call capos or traitors, right? Which is unfortunate.
Self-hate, unfortunately. But this is the people of conscience, the people of value, morals. Where's your moral? If this was the Ukraine, a white babies, I'm not saying that it's any, but if this is where a white baby is 40,000 white people die, well, the media will be silent on it. Will this be 40,000 Jewish? Will the media will be silent? But you know what? I think what happened is, that's why I'm very optimistic, and there is a hope, because we are not depending anymore. The American people are not depending anymore on just Fox News and certain. Now we have a social media that we, the people, represent what's really reflect on the people, that we don't want genocide. We don't want to arm Israel. We don't want to interfere with any other country, Africa, Haiti, Congo. We don't want to be part of that. So this is actually, these platforms represent the true American values, I would say. And this is shifting. They're trying to control, because before the propaganda, unfortunately, that controlled by the same people, they are benefiting from the genocide. Unfortunately, it's still affecting, I would say, the old folks, but not the younger, and that's why they are afraid. They even afraid they're gonna lose control, and
it's like how Dr. West was saying that you cannot build freedom for one people by taking away the rights of another, and I think he's right on that, and that's why a lot of the lefty Jews are saying, no, that's not in my name, right? They want protection. They know anti-Semitism is real. They know it's on the rise in the United States, because it absolutely is. There was a Nazi here today at the protest earlier.
Yeah, and let me ask you, will America accept you as an American citizen? Let's say I'm an immigrant, okay? You as an American born and raised in this country, will you accept somebody to decide on behalf of you, to interfere with your politician, to send arms to occupy your country? Do you accept that?
No, of course they wouldn't. That's the thing. They would not. But they are willing to accept in another country what they would never accept here from my...
Why? Because
I agree with you. Why?
Why they do that? Because they always dehumanize the brown and the black body, whether in America or outside of America. Unfortunately, they're always looking. Yeah, because we have the brown Palestinian Christian. You have Jesus. He's not white. He's not blue eyes. He's from Bethlehem.
He's not a Swede.
Yeah, and Jesus, may peace be upon him. If he was alive today, he will not accept this genocide. He will be up front. Yeah.
You only have to read his teachings to understand that. What is your name, by the way?
Fadia. My name is Fadia.
Very nice to meet you. Any parting thoughts?
Anyone?
Any parting thoughts? What anything you would like? Yeah.
No, I think America need to stop bullying other countries. We need to stop interfere with other countries as well. We need to take care of our own people in here. We have a lot of enough problem. I don't see them. They have a better system to go and lecture other. I think we need to listen to our people in here and start hopefully making the change. I really hope that peace and unity that this movement that bring to all people all over the world, not just in America, because there's other suffering because of us, because of the war. Again, Congolese, Sudan, Yemen, Syria. We spent $30 trillion on Afghanistan to replace Taliban with Taliban. We did not.
No, you're not wrong. Let me ask you one other thing, actually, speaking of that, because it's triggering something in my brain. The Golan Heights, for example, that's occupied Syria. So for people that don't know that, we're now in occupied Syria. This is land that Israel took in the 1967 war. So it's not just the West Bank, right?
The Golan Heights.
So Trump started an illegal settlement. They are called, believe it or not, Trump Heights. They're in the Golan Heights.
Who is Trump to decide where is the embassy going to be for the Palestinians? See, everybody want to decide on behalf of us. They don't want us to decide. They don't want the Palestinians to decide what they want. That's why they had all kind of parties over there and they hit the resistance.
Indeed. And then the other thing that's happening right now is the Israeli government assassinated somebody in Iran, and I don't see how Iran doesn't do some sort of retaliation. Do you see this escalating? I mean, if you don't know, that's what
I don't know. I don't know, but I hope we don't start World War III. That's one thing, because it's not gonna be it's gonna be miserable for everybody if this has happened. I pray we don't have no more war, no more killing, no more babies. Have you seen how is that people? One of the mother, they came to her. She's looking for her baby, all of flesh in a bag. They're trying to identify people with the weighing the bags. Can you imagine that? As a mother, I cannot imagine that. Horrible. I will not imagine. That's why, as a mother, as a active person in this community, I cannot accept that. We cannot accept that.
No, we cannot.
May God forgive us if we are silent.
Thank you so much for talking to us. I appreciate it.
Hey, thank you for your platform. I appreciate the sincere media. What you're doing is very important, because we have a journalist also being killed. I don't know if
No, I do. This is the other thing that makes my blood boil, and you just sent chills down my spine. Are people aware of how many journalists have been killed in Gaza at this point?
And one of them is Palestine.
I said, are people aware of how many journalists have been killed? Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a couple hundred journalists risking their lives to try to tell the stories of the people there. Yeah. And they've been targeted intentionally. This is absolutely unacceptable behavior.
Yeah, and Israel prevented Al Jazeera in Jerusalem.
That's right.
This is another. They tried to shut down any exposing to their crimes. They try, but unfortunately, it's not going to happen.
No,
it's not going to happen.
When the police beat and brutalize journalists here, they want to control the narrative. The police want to control the narrative. Politicians want to control it. Media wants to control it. So that's what it is.
We have Shireen Abu Akleh, Palestinian American.
Yeah.
They pick and choose which American they want to.
Well, they cherry pick 100%, yeah.
Another thing, why also the American need to be involved in that? Because unfortunately that we have American that they go and serve in the ITF, I call it, the Israeli terrorist forces. And there is a bill, actually, they're trying to treat the IDF like the veteran. I don't know if you guys saw this bill. Yeah, they want to treat them equal. It's like they serve the America, basically. You can guys. Oh yeah. Let me.
Who's sponsoring that bill? I do not know that.
Oh yeah. There is, unfortunately,
It's actually kind of shocking.
all these.
We've got some Secret Service guys over here.
It's crazy how policy.
Actually, while she's looking at that, John, go ahead and flip around and we still have people pouring into the park from the march. That is how long this march is, like 5,000 people. They're still just coming around the corner pouring into the march. This is where the entrance is. You can see the police over here on the other side. I mean, this is a huge amount of individuals here. And then we have some Secret Service guys over here, of course. Oh, there it is. Okay, so let me look at this. Say no to U.S. citizens to serve in the... This bill proposes to treat the service of U.S. citizen in the Israeli Defense Force as equivalent to service in the... That is absolutely wild.
It's R8445, the bill that they're trying to pass. Yep. Oh, and another bill, actually, they're trying to...
I'll have to look into that. Is that a national, federal, or is it a state?
No, this is a...
Oh, no, HR. It's a federal.
Yeah.
This is a House resolution, or a House bill. I got to go see who the sponsor is of that one. That's insane.
Yeah. Look on this page. Texas for Palestine.
All right.
They post a lot of stuff.
All right, you heard it here. You heard it here first, folks. Thank you so much for talking to us. Appreciate your time. All right, so, one thing I want to impress upon folks today is that this is a very, very diverse group. We have interviewed Jewish folks, a couple of Jewish folks that are here today. We have interviewed Muslim folks, a Christian now. So anyone telling you that this is like Sharia, I don't know, what are they calling this stuff? I don't know, Hamas lovers, whatever language they're using, that's simply not true. What this is a very large coalition of individuals that want to see an end to the bombing in Gaza, that want to see the end of the occupation, for many reasons. Some folks want to see the end of the occupation because they think it makes Israel less safe. Some people want to see the end of the occupation because they believe the Palestinians also have a right to have their own government and their own land and their own country. That would be the two-state solution. Others think that ship has sailed and there's too many settlements everywhere, so it should be a one-state solution, which would mean democracy for everybody that lives in the country, whether they're Muslim, Christian, or Jew. So anyway, a lot of diverse opinions here is what I'm getting at, and it's a nuanced conversation no matter who you're having it with, but they all have one common end game, and that is to get the DNC to hear what they're saying and to change their policy and how they handle the situation going forward. So if, John, you want to swing around, I want to show more. Let's walk over here. I want to show these people, they're dancing in the street corners here over here now. So they're chanting, "Long live the Antifada." Antifada basically means uprising. Still continuing to pour into the park from the march. By our guesstimate, we've gone out to 4,000 or 5,000 people here today. Earlier this morning, there was about 1,100. Wait, which guy? Oh, that is hilarious. The sign says that Trump and JD are weirdos. I actually have to agree with that sign.
I don't know, Tina. I'm thinking more than 5,000 people.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
Once they all,
grow it. You're right.
once they all came into this park.
Span of how many people are here in the park, and they're still pouring in. You're right. So, I think more people showed up as we were marching along because they're still marching in here. In fact, John, do you want to see if we can pull around here and get a higher view? There's a thing right there, but all these guys are up there. Okay. So that's great. Should I ask you? How do you get away with it if you're a Netanyahu?
He has the Infinity Stones. You familiar with the Marvel thing? He has power. Microsoft and Intel have moved to Israel. He has control of our critical infrastructure. He can shut off our airports. He can turn off our power grid. He can blackmail Congress. I mean, you have. He said this himself, that cyber is the real domain of power. What do you think that means?
I think that they pay a lot of trolls to say a lot of things on social media, Hospira, whatever you want to call that. Let me ask you this. Netanyahu will be facing criminal corruption charges when he gets out of office. Is that an incentive?
If he keeps the war going, he's just going to stay in power, right?
You already knew what I was going to ask you.
Well, I mean, it's they're a mafia, so they'll do what they want. I mean, Israel's a mafia. I mean, the government. China's a mafia. Right? All three of these guys need to go. In my opinion. Okay. And because they oppress their people as well. And, Netanyahu will keep the war going. It's in the Israeli press that he's funding Hamas. He likes Hamas. It's good for him because he has justification to take the land.
So I feel like I have to do some background explaining that so folks that don't know. There was a leak of documents. I believe it was 972 or Electronic Intifada, one of the publications there. But it turns out that the government had decided to promote Hamas over Fatah. We're going back a little time because they felt that if they did that, it would be easy to do other things there. Because if Hamas is controlling the government, they can make the case that they're all terrorists. So that was sort of the thought behind that. So nothing's ever as it seems in any government, to be fair.
Right. Well, I mean, that's totally true. And I'm just out here because not all the people know that Intel and Microsoft moved to Israel. So all the core coding, all the security that runs our Pentagon is done in Israel.
The infamous Pegasus software that got Kamoji killed, that is Israel. There is a very robust tech industry that exists.
Yeah, but all that was done by Henry Kissinger. He made all the laws that sucked out.
Wait, hang on. Is that a conspiracy theory or that actually happened?
I have back. It's in the documentary I did, but Henry Kissinger.
You have a documentary?
Yeah.
Is that okay? What's the name of your documentary?
It's called The Truth About Cyber Attacks, and it shows how all the technology was sucked out of America, brought to Israel, and then leaked over to Iran, China, and Russia. And it was all done from Henry Kissinger back in the 70s. He's really the master. I mean, he passed away. He's dead, fortunately.
I mean, I didn't think that guy was ever going to pass away, but yeah.
Yeah. So he's really the mastermind behind getting all the tech over there. Okay. And, so I did a documentary, and in the video, there's like...
Where can people see your documentary?
www.freetheunitedstates.com. It links to the YouTube video. And in the video, Netanyahu himself is bragging about having, like, the most powerful cyber security state and all this stuff, and it doesn't make any sense why they would have that. They're just a small little country. I get that they're a threat, and there's like everyone wants to kill them or whatever, but they're like exacerbating the situation.
Thank you for talking with us.
Real quick, I think that Israel should be a secular state, a peaceful place for Christians, Jews, and Muslims. I don't believe in a two-state solution. I think it should be one state.
Well, I was just talking about that. I mean, at some point, we have to have a discussion on that. There's so many illegal settlements now in the West Bank and occupied territories that I think it would be very hard to have a two-state solution. And I think that's by design. A lot.
He's not gonna make peace because he wants war. So.
I mean, he's of the settler movement. I mean, but some Jewish folks would say so my grandfather was not a Zionist. He was also a Holocaust survivor, though. So in his mind, you can't be a nationalist of any stripe. If you do that, that leads to possibly very bad outcomes, period, end of story. And I think there's a case to be made for that. I think a lot of liberal Zionists have a case to be made about, well, we also need a safe space, but it's okay if they have their safe space. That would be under maybe the two-state. I mean, there's so many differences of opinion here. I don't think it's two things. I think it's maybe 10 different, maybe 20 different.
Yeah. Well, it seems like Israel is not really making Jews safer. There was a country that would make Jews safe. It's called America. We brought them in after World War II, and we could have had a Jewish state here. It would have been fine.
Well, hang on. I'm going to give you a little bit of pushback on that. I'll tell you why. After World War II, there was a lot of anti-Semitism in the United States and in Europe, both, not just one or the other.
Yeah, they turned votes away from them and everything.
That is correct. They were unwilling to. And here we have JVP coming in. Hello, JVP. Jewish Voice for Peace, as I'm talking about this. Because of that, because there was no place for these refugees to go, including the United States, they could not get refugee status here, that amount of anti-Semitism sort of propelled the Zionists to go to Balfour, who was also a raging anti-Semite, to be honest, and secure that negotiation, that deal. And at that time, I do think a lot of Holocaust survivors did believe that that would be a safe space for them. My thing is this, is that could have been the case, but it didn't have to come at the expense of the native population that was there, which has always been traditionally a mix of Jewish, Christian, and Muslim.
Oh, yeah, exactly, right. So, and interesting, I had some guy interview me. He was on I think he was right wing or something, but he was trying to do a gotcha question, asking me what is a genocide, and then started going off on how it's a war, people die in war, but it really isn't a war because Hamas doesn't have an army. They don't get billions of dollars of weapons, the most high-tech weapons of all time. To them, I mean, they just have
I mean, listen, Gaza, for starters, Gaza is not a sovereign nation. It is an occupied territory, so I don't think that that's the right frame. For me, I wouldn't say that's the right framing.
I triggered him. He ran off. He got scared. He'll probably edit the video and make me look I'm stupid, but I'll get him. I got the video as well, so. Anyways, yeah, that was the one guy that.
Yeah, that's a guy that's not interested in having a complex, nuanced conversation.
Very receptive to this information because not a lot of people know. And I think there's a lot of people on the right as well who don't understand, who are big Israel fanboys. And I think once they get that Bibi is doing deals with Russia and China behind our back, they might get it.
That's the other part of the equation, isn't it? There are a lot of Zionists that are not Jewish. There are. I have literally filmed white supremacists, as you know, at some of these Zionist rallies. I don't know what you call these things, but it's a very complex conversation, and it's not everybody's on one side, everybody's on the other. There's a vast, large swath of viewpoints inside both of these camps. And I was covering this one pro-Israel rally outside of UCLA, and there was a guy there who had been at the White Lives Matter rally in Huntington Beach 2 years earlier. I kid you not. I walked up to him and I said, "Hey," I said, "I'm pretty sure that I filmed you at the White Lives Matter rally in Huntington Beach." This is a rally that had guys with swastika tattoos. It was literally a Nazi rally.
Wow. Yeah, I've heard.
But and he said yes to me. He goes, "Yes, I was there," and I was like, "Wow, he's admitting it."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Why are you here?" And he literally said to me, "All lives matter." Okay, yes, but you were at a Nazi rally and now you're holding an Israeli flag. What?
Well, I'll tell you
Who
this.
are you?
I'll tell you this. Netanyahu benefits from anti-Semitism because he wants Jews in Israel. He's trying to scare. And
you know what? I will be the person that says I am so not cynical on that, and I think you're probably right, and that just scares the shit out of me, to be fair.
He wants all the engineers and scientists in Israel because he wants to build his, their great expansion or whatever it is they're doing over there. Greater Israel Project. And another thing is there's a lot of Russian immigrants in Israel as well. That's where the clash comes from, because why are we putting all of our high-tech companies in Israel if it's full of Russian spies?
Well, I don't know about that.
I have these, I actually have, because the guy was asking me, he thought I was bullshitting. I got all the articles right here. The Israeli press is warning us.
Do you have a spare one of those? We'll take a look at it.
History of running agents in Israel.
Oh, well, I mean, okay, that's not shocking. They probably run agents in every country, so I got you
That's
there.
true, but I mean, there's other articles as well, but like, yeah, The Guardian, Israel's former Soviet immigrants transform a adopted country. So there's information out there.
Is all that in your documentary?
Yeah, it's actually, I have a lot of articles in the documentary.
You folks, you heard it here first. You can check out his documentary.
FreeTheUnitedStates.com.
All right. Thank you for talking with us. Yes.
Here with Status Coup?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'll look it up.
Right on.
YouTube or something?
Yes, we have a decent-sized YouTube channel. Right on. We have another guy filming us as we're doing our interview. Oh, is that your guy?
Yeah, I'm kind of.
Oh, right on. You're doing some double duty here? I'd actually... All right, so I'm going to get somebody from Jewish Voice for Peace to talk. Hang on, he's fixated
Just
on...
tell VP Madison if they're looking for me that I'm there.
John, come hither, my cameraman.
Yes, I get it.
So you were with Jewish Voice for Peace. You guys had a very large group marching here today. I'm guessing that people came in from every part of the country for the March on the DNC. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we all know that the DNC is a very important space to raise our voice because we want an arms embargo. I personally drove a 4-hour bus ride. I mean, I didn't drive, but I got on the bus and I sat on a bus for 4 hours to get here because we want an arms embargo, because that is the only way that we can have a safe, peaceful time. You know what I mean? Sorry, there's a lot going on, so...
No worries about that. So I've interviewed some folks from Jewish Voice for Peace in a couple of different cities, not here in Chicago. Would you consider... So I'm learning various lingo here.
Mm-hmm.
I would have in the past said, like, you're Zionist or you're not Zionist, but there's more nuanced versions, I guess. There's liberal Zionism, there's un-Zionism, which was a new one for me, and just anti-Zionism. Like, where would you put yourself on that spectrum, and how do you feel about some of the other nuances between these two different groups?
I think I am for safety and freedom for all people. So I don't really need a label for that. I need to know that everyone, no matter the race, no matter the class, everyone is safe, everyone is free, everyone is able to go exit their homes and like not have fear or like... Are you live? Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous.
Not have fear. Sorry. I want everyone to be able to exit their homes and be free and be able to walk peacefully among their fellow neighbor. That's what I want. And the only way to do that is an arms embargo, because the only way Israel will stop bombing is if they don't have any arms left.
No, I think you're right. So one of the things that has been pointed out recently is that Kamala Harris and many other of the DNC higher-ups have basically been saying, we hear you, anti-war movement. We don't disagree with everything you're saying. We're going to try to do something about that. But then they turn around and they approve $20 billion in an arms sale. So that seems like a contradiction.
Yeah, I think today we're really focusing on policy, not specific people. So it doesn't really matter what people say. I want to see action. I want to see people support an arms embargo. I want to see people support, actually, like, do a ceasefire and not, like, just say that they're for it. Yeah, because that there's, like, it's all talk. That we've got to have action.
No, I don't disagree. One last question. Have you been involved in any of the student protests, and do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was involved in the UW-Madison encampments. Our main goal there was divestment. My name's Mia Kurzer, by the way. Sorry, we didn't properly introduce ourselves. But yeah, I was at UW-Madison, and we wanted divestment. We did not get it. But we will continue fighting for a ceasefire, an arms embargo, all of what can bring the most people safe.
Right. So part of what some of the rhetoric that has been out there with the student protests has been that they're all terrorists, Hamas lovers, and in my experience from the protests that we covered, that is not the truth. You had, JVP had many folks there. I attended a Seder actually at the UCLA encampment one night. It was during Passover. So why do you think that narrative keeps persisting when it's not? Oh, hang on. Oh.
Okay, we can walk and talk.
We can walk and talk, I guess.
Why? What? Can you finish your question?
So why do you think that line that it's just Hamas supporting terrorists in these camps when they're very diverse groups, including Jewish students that are there?
I think that is the easiest line to take because it's it brings you the like easiest. Oh, we don't like these people, but you don't understand them as humans. Like the people in the encampments, mostly Jewish at mine, and like.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right?
Yeah, like there is not one type of person who attends the encampments. It is just if you are anti-genocide, then you are. Then that's what the encampments were for.
And I don't think it's fair to say that everybody that's asking for a ceasefire or supporting a ceasefire is pro-Hamas. It's not binary.
I definitely agree. I think it's easy to just say that's Hamas, bad Hamas. But when you actually have to listen to what people think and what the actual policies that people believe are, I think it gets harder to just like throw it away. And that's why people focus on anti-Semitism when instead of just like an arms embargo will make Israel stop killing people. Like that is just a thing that will happen instead of all these hypotheticals about anti-Semitism and whatever.
Right, and that's the other maddening part of that conversation. There is a genuine increase in anti-Semitism in the world, a genuine increase, but this is not it. And I think that tying those two things together, there's a police helicopter right above us. I think tying those two things together is sort of a dangerous thing to do, in my opinion.
Definitely, and I think that's one of the main things that I try to talk to like Zionist Jews about is like anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are two different things, and we just want people who are in this want to stop, like we want to stop genocide. That's what we all have in common.
Yeah, that's it. It's that simple. Thank you so much for talking with us. I appreciate it. Nice to meet you.
What are your
Status Coup on YouTube?
Okay.
I love your work.
Hey, how are you? All right. Okay, shit. I'm following you. All right, folks, they're going to start the march again. We are leaving this little point in the park, so John and I are going to try to get to the front of that. If you're just tuning in, this is the march on the DNC. We are at the DNC convention in Chicago. If you are not a member, please consider becoming a member.
But the fence is here. That's where
Why is everybody walking this way?
they're going to continue the march.
Yeah, but I feel like everybody's marching the other way. Hang on. Are we doing what we did this morning where they told us to go this way, now they're going that way? Which way are you guys marching? This way?
Yeah, apparently it's off to Maple and west on Maple.
Okay, so that's Maple. That's Maple. We have to go back this way. All right, folks, bear with us.
Free Palestine!
So we have a bunch of guys up here on the jungle gym.
Yeah, so I had some people shaking the fence over there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe we should head down this way and walk around.
Hi, Chuck! There's Chuck up there. How am I going to get up there? All right.
Yo, real journalists are up on the monkey bar.
you just say if you're a real journalist?
Real journalists.
Climb monkey bars?
Hey, you want me to hold that for you? You want me to hold that?
Careful with the camera. Holy crap. All right, guys. John is scaling the monkey bars. I'm going to wait till John gets up there. But you know what? Actually, you're going to be able to get a really good shot from up here.
Also, you can fight Nazis, but you can't climb.
All right. I don't know, man. How am I going to skip? Okay, so if I die on the monkey bars, it's your fault.
Go on the inside. On the inside, okay.
Y'all, I'm not even going to try. This is a hot mess. All right, so John's up there at least, so you can get the bird's eye view with his camera. We are in a park right now, midway through the march. Several thousand people are here. John's coming down. John, hand me the notes. John, behind you.
What's that? John, this is Tina, my friend Tina. John Guru.
All right, folks. So I'm not really clear on which way they're going at this point. It's a giant group, but you got some good footage up there.
Yeah.
How many people did it look like from up there?
No, it's definitely in the, I would say, definitely close to 10,000.
What?
Yeah.
That many?
Yeah.
Holy crap. I should have given you my phone to go up there and get a shot.
You want me to go up there?
Yeah. All right. Yep, got it. All right, folks.
I don't know how much battery we have left.
On the camera? All right, we might be running out of camera battery. We are going to stream, though, as long as we can. We are held up now in the middle of the march at a park. They were going to start marching again, but there hasn't been much movement. So you just saw the giant crowd scene from the top of the monkey bars. John bravely climbed up there with the camera gear to get that. If you're not a member, also please consider becoming a member of Status Coup. It is your membership that funds our reporting and our trips. We don't take any corporate money, $5 a month. Hi there, how are you? So please consider joining. We would appreciate that. In the past year, we have not only been covering a lot of the Palestinian rights protests, but we have been to Cop City down in Atlanta. We covered the UAW strikes on the picket lines in Michigan and Ohio. Jordan has been up in Flint and outside of Michigan on his book, We the Poisoned, covering the continuing crisis there with the poisoned water. I'm going to show you a little bit spinning around here. This group just covers the entire span of the park.
No, it wasn't good. No, I didn't really take anything because too many people. Let's go up to the fence.
Okay.
Let's see what's going on.
We are going to run up to the fence. Earlier there were some people shaking on the fence. I'm not really clear on why that was, but we're going to go check that out. We have a lot of Chicago police outside the park right now. They're standing there. This way then?
No, this way.
Okay. I'm going to follow you.
Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down!
Thank you. Appreciate it. Want a cigarette?
Wait, John, they're starting to move this way. John? Oh, they are banging on the fence here. Okay. Yeah, all right, we're going to go. Sorry. I'm behind you, John. Hi, Jeremy.
Hey.
Sorry, I'm gonna...
No worries. Go over. So I think they broke the fence.
It looks like they broke the fence here. A slowly developing situation with the police through the fence. They are shaking the fence in front of the Chicago police. We have some protesters yelling at the Chicago police through the fence. They're pushing it. It actually is a little bit wobbly. It might fall over.
I love you.
Biden, Harris, you can't hide!
All right, so people are continuing to pour through the fence that they broke through out into the side street. Yeah.
That the DNC is right there at that building.
All right, so right behind us where it says United Center, that is where the DNC 2024 is actually happening right now. So you can see some Secret Service agents right over here. They're trying to break through over here. Holy shit. Oh, shit. So an officer has some gel. Dude, the Secret Service are coming through. This is now the Secret Service that are out here, not the Chicago police. They are trying to rip the fence out over here.
To fucking talk about a flag burning. Fuck you, Kamala. Fuck you. Aaron Bushnell. Aaron fucking Bushnell. I will no longer be complicit. They are killing children. They are starving children. They are bombing children. They are using biological warfare on unvaccinated fucking kids. They are killing kids. It's 21,000 dead kids not enough. I've seen the body stack. I've seen the heads fucking blown off. I am a veteran. I know what a fucking war is, and I know what a fucking genocide is. That is a genocide. They are killing kids.
All right, things are heating up here outside of the DNC. We're at the back side of the United Center. They are pulling on the fence here. We have the Chicago Police Department and the Secret Service.
Aaron Bushnell, I will no longer be complicit. Be like Aaron. Aaron Bushnell, I will no longer be complicit. Aaron Bushnell.
They're continuing to shake the fence. We have a protester talking about Aaron Bushnell. They're breaking through down here.
My name is Jamie Lee Finney. I'm a U.S. Navy veteran. I joined under the line of the Iraq War. I know the difference between a war and a genocide. We know right from wrong. They are killing kids.
All right, guys, I just want to give you a heads up. We have about 10 minutes left of the live view. We've been live for 6 hours. 10 minutes left on the live view, but I will be here recording whatever happens. So make sure you are subscribed so you see those videos pop up later tonight. Guys, listen, before the stream ends, if you have not already done so, please consider becoming a member. StatusCoup.com/join. We have been the most consistent outlet on the ground covering the protests from New York to Washington, D.C. to L.A. and now here in Chicago. So please support us. We do not take any corporate funding, any corporate sponsorships. We are completely independent. We are funded by the people, by you guys. So please help us stay on the ground covering these protests. Again, I've covered over 100 protests. in many different states. So please go to statuscoup.com/join. Sign up as a member for $5 to $10 a month. If you cannot, we appreciate super chats. And if you want to do a one-time donation, statuscoup.com/donate.
They're gonna fuck you up. Everybody
In the park. Media in the park.
Press, you gotta leave the area or you'll set the press. Hey, let's do it! Press, you have to leave the area! Get out now! Press, you have to leave the
You guys have to go back inside the park. Go. Keep moving into the park. In our street. Who's got to get in the park? Let's go. Gotta get into the park. Keep moving. Gotta get into the park when you're taking your media passes. Let's go. Come on, guys, down. You guys are gonna lose your media passes if you don't go in the park. Right here, right in the open. Right here, right here. Why are you coming in? He's gone. Leave her alone. Come on, let's go. It's okay. Go. I've been telling you for 20 minutes. Get in the park. Let's go. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get